Yellow. I was gonna do some audio tests a second because I don't know. Yeah, I can't even hear the game very well. It's fine. The audio of the game isn't too important. I think it should be in the stream. Right. So it is currently like 6:22 in the morning. I've been awake all night. And I've decided to do this because I was thinking like, oh, I should set that up. I should go and set up the worlds with commands and teleport command blocks and make it a seamless thing to do to show off all the Ømen worlds and whatnot. But this, I think it's going to be a nice way for me to kind of recollect myself and remember where things are in the world, and I might get lost a little bit. Because these worlds go back almost 10 years now, which is insane to think. For the uninitiated, Ømen is possibly a word you've heard me say a lot on streams, because the topic normally does come up. Ømen, in short, is a RPG kind of... I don't even know what genre it would really fit into. It's like Dungeons and Dragons in Minecraft, and I'm the dungeon master, and I build these worlds from nothing. Sometimes I have help from friends and long-time Ømen members and stuff like that, who have became good friends, such as Draken, Convict, and Lived Out, which I've known him, I think, even before Ømen. I'm not sure. These worlds, it's a fun time. It's a fun story of how it all came to be, and I have no script, obviously, because it's not a video, it's a stream. And I'm sure I'll go on lots of tangents, but I'm hoping in this one stream I can encapsulate all of the history and the little things that have went into making these worlds what they are. Because Ømen, it was never a plan, it was a thing that evolved over time and became the thing that it is. And for the most part, I think Ømen 1, 2, and 3, as well as all the, what I like to call pre-Ømen worlds, which kind of cobbled together the foundations and made Ømen what it was, they were all made on the Xbox 360 edition and the Xbox One edition, which, for anyone who's on Java and you don't know, we didn't have commands until Bedrock. So some of it might be like laughable, some of it might be slightly impressive, but then you need to kind of think, God, this was all made block by block. There was no commands for this. So, yeah, anyway. I have them here. Ømen 5 is the current world that's in development. I can't finish it right now, and I'll get into why later on, I think. But I've got all the worlds here. Had a bit of a scare with Ømen 4. Ømen 4 was corrupted. This file here, this one's corrupted, this one's gone. You cannot open this, it just says it's corrupted. And then I think I had another one somewhere. I'm here, baby. Hello, Chris. It's Draken. The guy I just mentioned, he's here, and he's gonna have such a nostalgia trip, aren't you, Chris? Chris is gonna fucking love this stream. He's probably very tired right now, though, because it's God knows what time for you, but it's the weekend, so it's fine. But yeah, Ømen 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't have any of the pre-Ømen worlds, because those worlds are long gone. And just a heads up, as far as my dementia old man brain goes, it's very likely I'm going to remember bits and pieces out of order, so I might stumble through reminiscing and stuff, but I'll try my best to keep it on the rails. So let's go into Ømen 1. And I'll get this show started, because I've been wanting to do this stream for a while. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I've mentioned it probably like multiple times. Like the idea of doing this, so I'm looking forward to it. So first off, this is not the default texture pack. What you're looking at here is the Greek mashup pack. This is back when 4J Studios was running things, and they made packs that had some effort put into them, such as custom music, and I don't know what's happening here. This is some sort of like cross-game, cross-save fuckery going on, or just time. Best pack, says Chris. It is good. I do enjoy it. It is... I mean, we used it for free of the Ømen world, so we must have liked it somewhat. I've kind of warmed up to the default texture pack now, to be honest. I've reverted. Right, so Ømen 1. This is like my... What you're gonna see is like my my building skill progress through these worlds as well. I think, which is very entertaining for me personally. Because it's like, what the fuck? It's very flat. I think back then my idea of detail was just punch a hole in it. Give it one layer of depth. But a lot of my building style still kind of persists to this day. Those parapets are non-existent. Anyway, so in Ømen, there is always a castle. There is always a big castle, which is... I don't think it really became a hub of any kind until about Ømen... I'm gonna say like Ømen 3. But we'll see, I might be wrong about that. As far as Ømen 1 goes, this is where you find the raid selection, and that's it. That's all there is. Fucking parapets. And this is all we have. And there was no glow ink back in these days, so you had to really squint. I guess I wanted to list how hard the raids were. So, medium, hard, medium, hard, very hard. Oh. Like, what was I even supposed to mean? So yeah, I can't really remember how this world even started out. I remember that this was like a lake area. I just slapped a castle on top of it. There was no goal with this. I remember it took a break for a while too, and raids weren't even a thing. So, some important information, and Chris, by the way, please tell me if the music is too loud or anything, because I got that ghetto console streaming set up, you know, I can't. It's hard to tell. I've got the time of day on too. Keyboard doesn't work, by the way. So I need to do commands manually like this. But yeah, so the pre-Ømen worlds, all it was a thing that stemmed from this, and I'll show you right now. I don't know if this will still work. And also this texture pack. I think that, yeah, that's a dispenser. And then get a fence post. And pressure plates. And then just a block, like whatever this. So, this is what started Ømen. This is the womb that started Ømen. I'll show you this right now. So, it was something like this. And this was from a Sefbling video over a decade ago now, most likely. And then I think you put the block on top, and then you get a lever, which again, let's try and... Oh, yes. Okay, maybe not that block. won't let me place anything on it. No. It was something like that, or was it like just this and then the block? I think it was like this. And then we get some spawn eggs. I'll just get like something that'll die in the sun, so they do go away. And then I'm gonna put... Well, that's not what I wanted to do. The Bedrock UI, I don't remember it being this clunky. I'll just do like 4 stacks, it doesn't really matter. So, you put spawn eggs in the dispensers. This is important, like I know it, if you're stumbling upon this as a VOD or a random stream, this doesn't mean anything to you, but this is very like groundbreaking for like Ømen historians. So, here is Ømen's womb. It didn't work, because I guess this is outdated. Shit. Right, so basically what would happen is... Why did it break? Everything's so sensitive in Bedrock. What would happen originally is that the mob would spawn there and then piss out, and it would like all be inside each other, like all the enemies would be like inside each other here, and then just blast all over, tons of enemies all at once. There's a chance I just didn't make it properly, which is very likely. Let's have a look. Very unscripted stream. Yeah, it was something more like that. Just not exactly like that. Please, sir. Please, no. Maybe it's this. If it's not this, we'll move on, but it is something like this. No. I think it's just Bedrock. This was like years ago too, so things have most likely changed by now. But yeah, so what would happen is the mobs would constantly trigger the pressure plate in the middle, and it would just piss out the mobs, and it was very fun. And what stemmed from that is a bunch of things involving mobs, because I was, as a kid, I was like young. I was like 12, 13, something like that. Xbox 360 era, we didn't have spawn eggs at the time, and I was just so fascinated with spawn eggs as just a concept. I made arenas. Like, once spawn eggs released, I made arenas that you could, like... It had, like, levolution, so it would get fucked up, creepers would explode, things would happen. Rooms would be underneath the ground, you could break it, I didn't give a shit. And, because on the Xbox 360 version, you could leave the game, and it wouldn't save, so I could destroy, like, this entire arena here, and then come back and it'd be fine, because I didn't save. And that's a feature I really miss. I think that should be in the game still, but it's not. In my opinion, the Legacy console editions of Minecraft is probably the best version in terms of quality of life and whatnot. Bedrock is a significant step down. But, yeah, sadly they decided to drop it because they couldn't implement the marketplace, which is in the pause menu. Oh, would you look at that, the marketplace. I bought some add-ons recently. Because they're actually worth it, because they're like mods you can add to your game, so... That's a tangent for later on. Anyway, so let's have a look around the world, after I'm done rambling anyway. So yeah, we have the castle, which is more of just a landmark, really. It's a meet-up place for the raids, and that's about it. There's not a lot to it. There is a lot to explore. In quotations, a lot. Like, there's not too much, but it's a large area. And I'll give like a little view around. Ooh. So it's all fucked up as well, which I think this is the only castle I made that had any sort of damage to it. I think... No, Ømen 2 had a little bit of a caved-in roof, but not much beyond that. And then after that, I'm pretty sure Ømen 3, 4, and 5 are all like pristine, pretty much. Yeah, it's very... It doesn't make any sense, like, the shape of it. It doesn't... Like, what is this? I wish I could build like this now. The levels of perfectionism... I mean, this is not a brag at all. Being a perfectionist is fucking terrible. I have memories of Omen 4. I stopped building for a month during Omen 4. Because I just could not... like, get past like a mental blockage. Here's the giant toilets. They're meant to be like thrones, but they've got a rim. Maybe they're meant to be like stands. I don't, like, you know, like judge stand. I don't fucking know. Like, I've always thought they looked a little bit like toilets, and I never changed it. It's kind of funny. And behind the big one, there's like there's an exit. I built this because I was bored as well. All this over here, I got bored. Omen 1 is a lot of growing pains, I think. Omen 1 was like the true let's fuck around and find out and see what sticks kind of thing. With zero intention. So people joined the world, I messed around with them. I just toyed with people. Consensually, like they knew what the fuck? There's no door. Look, like in my defense, you're not really able to get over here. In case you do, there's a ramp, because you can go up here and jump down. Stuff like this, these shapes in the walls, you're gonna see these a lot in the future worlds. It's a very core decorative, like, wall thing I've done consistently through the worlds. For some reason, just looks nice. Very, like stuff like this. Like, I would never do this these days. It's insane. It's insane. Like, I wouldn't do this. Like, just exposed glowstone for lighting, and it's just. I mean, we have light blocks these days, and that's a bedrock thing. But I don't know. Very barren, empty, flat walls, and just. It just goes to show, like, people don't really care that much. And I've gotten to a level within myself where I need to build things perfectly. In my own mind, anyway. But yeah, that's the castle. Not a lot to it. There's no second floor. And that's also a theme. Chris is fucking like, yep. We never do anything with the second floor. We never fucking do. Never ever. And that's not true, actually, in Omen 5. The world spawn is in the top of the castle, so technically, I did something with the top floor. Second floor is still empty, though. We'll figure something out. This, I am almost, I can't talk anymore. I am almost certain this used to be something else. I think at one point there was like a cave going down or something. These worlds have been imported from the Xbox One edition, so I can dig around and have a look and... Oh, would you look at that? That was quick. Well, let's see what this is. What is this? I think this is going to be the best part of the stream, by the way, is like looking around at people's houses. This doesn't work anymore, apparently. In the Xbox One edition, you could open chests underneath slabs. Is there anything in the chests? No. Tell you what, actually, I know what this was. I do. So, in the pre-Omen age, the pre-Omen worlds, the arena, which evolved into being that. That's a staple. That's always how they look now, is like these ginormous... I'm gonna try and do the command, game rule. What does it do? Daylight cycle? See, if I was on keyboard, I could press tab and, just fill in automatically, but, you know. Let me get this out of the way. I've said it so many times, but I'm gonna put it in here for the stream, because it's gonna be a... It's going to be a VOD. I'm putting this on YouTube. First try, VOD. It's gonna happen. Ømen cannot be finished. Ømen 5 cannot be finished right now because Bedrock has had a bug in the game for over 2 years now, which does not allow me to... Let's pretend we're on mouse and keyboard right now, which I have the little keyboard accessory in my controller, so I can do this. On screen, you cannot see it, but on the top, I have an on-screen keyboard. That should not be there, because I have a keyboard plugged in, technically. If I do this, you have a big list of things on the left. What I should be able to do on a keyboard is press Tab, and it should cycle through the list one by one from top to bottom, and then I can press Enter to autofill the command or whatever. There's whatever I'm trying to say, there's an autofill function. That doesn't work anymore, and they haven't figured out how to fix it 2 years later. And that doesn't sound like a big deal if you're not in the know of how commands work. But... Sorry, I've got like fucking indigestion right now. It doesn't sound like a big deal if you don't know how commands work on console, but it really is, because if you want to do a fill command, for an example, I'm just going to get like a shiny block for the sake of marking. So let's say I want to make this ground from here, I don't know, to like here. Diamond blocks. I would have to do tab, no, sorry, enter to pull up the chat menu. Tab, tap it twice, space, tab twice, space, tab twice, and that'll give me the XYZ coordinates from here, you know, to here. I can't do that. I can't do a fill command. I could do it by typing it out. I could type it out, you know, fucking bit by bit. It's not efficient though. It would not be efficient, and also even if I did finish Ømen 5 by doing that, I still wouldn't be able to host it. I wouldn't be able to stream it because me being essentially, you know, the dungeon master and running the world, I need to be able to do commands quickly and on the fly very quickly. So if I want to hit convict with 20 lightning bolts, which is a very frequent occurrence because it's just an inside joke, it's not abuse. I can't do that. And that brings me great pain because I like hitting convict with lightning bolts. Oh, sorry, Chris. I'm laying down. I may fall asleep. I may fall asleep on you. Keep going, though. This is awesome. I know, well, if you do fall asleep, it'll be on YouTube. I'll make certain to upload it to YouTube, because I know this is probably very nostalgic for you, so... it'll be on my channel, if you do fall asleep, if you do snooze. But what I was saying was, anyway, in the pre-Ømen worlds, I used to do an arena, which, this over here, fun fact, is the center. I also love how there's a pathway that leads to it, and there's nothing there anymore. This is what the old arena used to be. And you will see, I think, in a future Ømen world, I brought back the OG arena, so this is like the center of the arena, but I kept it as a memorial and put like leaves on it and a sword on it and stuff, and like candles. We didn't have candles back then, so we used end rods, because they looked like candles. What's with this, like, fuckery, by the way? What is this? Oh, God. Like, the roses are broken. Imported worlds, I tell ya. But yeah. The arena had a drop chute in the middle after the arena game. And you would drop down into that and get your rewards, and then you would walk out a tunnel. And that was it. Also, arena games back in the day used to be non-consensual. I would teleport you there by force, and you would just fight. Which is probably very annoying if you're someone who likes to just get on with things. But let's see what this was repurposed to. Trader. Request the item you want. Place the amount of emeralds stayed. Receive your item. That's pretty simple. I don't think anyone used this. I don't remember this being used. Maybe it was. Maybe you can correct me, Chris. But I don't remember. Surely it was. Maybe not, actually. Because eventually I remember I would just kind of... What I would do is... There's things in these shulkers. But... I'm always invisible in Ømen, by the way. You can't see me, ever. Unless I'm doing like a character or something. But I would place a shulker down. I would tell them the price, because Ømen has always been a very community-driven world, really. Very community-driven experience. So, eventually, I think by Ømen 2, or no, Ømen 3, I think, we moved to Discord, but for the most part, we would use Xbox groups. We had a group chat, I think, which is fucking weird, I think. Otherwise, we'd just be on parties, too. It's always been very close-knit, which is also very... It's a double-edged sword, because we would get new people who were very shy, I think. Or just, like, antisocial, is that the right word? Because antisocial gets related with a lot of, like, psychopaths and... maybe not. Very introverted people, which I can relate to. I'll be very uncomfortable trying to integrate with, like, an established friend group. You know what I mean? But the ones that make it through, make it through. I never used it, says Chris. Okay, right, so... Yeah, this is like a forgotten feature that just exists in the world. That's interesting. I guess it was just really inconvenient, just being in that one spot. But yeah, I think it used to be an arena, though. Because I remember, very vaguely, there was like, kind of like a... Not really a coliseum, but I think these walls used to be... taller? Something like that, like, I don't remember exactly. I don't know what's going on with my voice tonight, though, but it's projecting quite a lot. That might die down later on. Like, what was that laugh? I don't know. I think these were, like, obstacles, and you would fight in this area. And this might be, like, pre-you, Chris. This might be, like, before your time, even. But I think you would fight in this area, and then there would be a thing in the middle, and then you would drop down into that, wherever it is, down there, that chamber. These are very vague memories. This is a railway line that leads to the village. Over here, this might be useful to get out. Spyglass. Ooh, look at that. It's weird how they're still trying to keep up with updating these mashup packs even still now. Even though they've gotten very lazy. They're slapping anything into these now. No, not the enchant table. Where is it? I need to show this. Where is it? Oh, texture pack. Texture pack. I don't know where it is. I'm trying to find the skulk sensor. Maybe I'm just blind, I just can't see it. Because I'm dealing with a mashup mashup pack as well. I'll just search it. Skulk. There it is. Yep, so this is what the skulk sensor looks like. It's not sensing anything for some reason. They've changed that actually, you know. They've changed it. It used to be a bunch of candles. Maybe they went... No, that... Oh, that's a shrieker. Never mind. Right, there we go. Like, what, high five emoji? Like, what the fuck do you mean? Doesn't make it... What, like, what is that? Yeah, so they got very lazy with updating the old 4J Studios mashup pack, sadly, but... It is what it is. It's understandable. Right, where should we go next? Let's go to the arena. So, castle, arena. Very close together. They usually are, I think... They're normally pretty close together. Because the castle is meant to be like a hub, and like a meet-up space to go and do the endgame activities. And then the arena is like I don't even know what the arena is considered. It's just it's a game mode, I guess. It's a hard mode. I don't know how to explain it. But if you're going to play Ømen, you're going to find yourself visiting the arena pretty often. I'm going to try not to explain everything about every aspect of the Ømen worlds within Ømen 1, because we're going to be looking at 4 other worlds, because I'm going to show the progress on Ømen 5 too, and the limbo state it sits in today. But yeah, so this is how it started. There's no sword in there. The downside of having things in item frames, and back in these days there was no barrier blocks. People would steal... People would steal the swords and the items in these frames. Because Ømen was never an exclusive thing, it was very open. I went over there expecting to see like the enchanted games. I guess they didn't exist back then. So I guess we'll see those later too. So yeah, we have standard game, gold game, iron, diamond, and then god game. These days would have a netherite game too. And I insisted on putting like little descriptions, so let's see if this holds up in my my cringe detector. Enemies will have whatever gear they spawn with and won't be given anything extra to use against you. This is the best choice of difficulty for new players. That doesn't roll off the tongue very well, does it? This is the best choice of difficulty. I would say something more like, this is the difficulty of choice for new players. It still works, it's just, I'm being picky. Gold game. Enemies will be given gold leveled, I think I'm missing another L, am I? I don't know. I think I was 17 when I made this world. 17, 18? To be honest, I was probably like 16 when I first started it, because it wasn't a project, it was like just an evolving thing that became what it is. Yeah, gold leveled gear, that's an interesting way of phrasing it. Choosing this difficulty can be useful for gold farming, which is true, actually. Pick this difficulty if you think you can handle it. So the reason... I'm trying to think of how to word this. Back in the day, there was this is when the Xbox 360, or Xbox One Edition, sorry, was still being updated, which is... I think they stopped updating it before the aquatic update, which is a shame. Fun fact, if you don't know, the aquatic update got put into the Xbox 360 edition, but not the Xbox One edition, which is very funny, because I guess like they finished it for that part of the game, and then didn't have time to finish it for this, which is... You'll see later on why it's a shame. But yeah, it's tragic. Iron game. It's advised that you only select this difficulty if you have enchanted gear and weapons. Select this mode if you're strong enough. And solid advice. Okay, so diamond game. Almost all enemies will be using diamond gear. Interesting how I said almost. To succeed in this arena, you must have very good gear. Only pay for this if you are certain of your survival. Again, solid advice. God game. God games are player equivalent leveled enemies. So how Ømen works and how the difficulty in Ømen works, which is what I should have started with a long time ago, with explanation wise. What I do is this, and this is not going to be very... Yeah, okay, let me show you this. This is interesting even for me, or not interesting, but just nostalgic. So I'll show you this. So what I would do, I found this out. Chris might remember. I don't know if he will. I don't know. One day I was fucking around, everyone was just getting on with their own things, building their houses, and I was just having like a little experimental day, or moment. I discovered this, so I can pick block, or, you know, back then, on the 360 edition, this is how it worked. I could pick block a container, put it down, and it would have the stuff in it. These days, I need to have an item frame, I think. Oh, luckily there's one right there. So, can't do it this way, that's empty. But this one isn't. As you can see, they've all got the name. See? So that one's Napalm Archer. This one's also Napalm Archer. And they have the same things inside. So, how I do that these days is I have a chest with the items in it. I put it in. I pick block it out. I put it down. I break it. But back then, back in these days, what I would do is this. And this would normally be a double chest. And you would wait. And now what I would do is I would get, let's get some husks or something that won't really, it doesn't really matter what it is, let's get a normal zombie. So I would spawn, I would break the chest and I would just put things in. And then this is how I get armored enemies. It's a very ghetto way of doing it, but it's the only way you can really do it effectively on console. I know Java has NBT commands and whatever else, we just don't have access to that, we still don't. And especially back in these days when there was no commands, it wasn't possible to do. But I found that out, and I burst out with laughter. My brain just lit up, and I was like, you're fucked. You're all fucked. I remember saying it out loud. I was like, you're fucked. And I went on this like little. How do I even phrase it? I went on this like little boss enemy making adventure, and I made a whole bunch of enemies, which I can actually show you. Slight tangent from the arena, but it's also involved. So this is my god room. Every Ømen world has one of these. If anyone happened to find this, by the way. Yeah. So if I found a normal player in here, you'd get booted. I think in future worlds it was a ban as well. And also these days there's things like, let's have a look. We have... not barrier, what's it called? Border. Border block. Need to type it in fully because the keyboard bug. I won't rant about that, I promise. But no one in survival mode can get over this. These particles represent a barrier from the sky limit, I think, and above to bedrock and below. So unless you've got operator status, or creative mode, I think, something like that, you can't pass that at all. It's impossible. And I believe that's a part of the Education Edition, I think. Very useful. I don't know if Java has them. I hope they do, because that'd be nice. But yeah, so in my god rooms, I have chests containing everything I'd need. Anything and everything I would need to run the world. So these are all my bosses I made up. I think the crowds are the arena enemy names, for some reason. So if you pick a diamond game, I would grab these, and use these to spawn the enemies. Give them their gear, like how I showed. And then all these other ones, as far as I'm aware, are bosses, like mini-bosses, and raid enemies. Raid-specific enemies. So this cemetery warden is a raid-specific enemy. Because he holds a key. He's like themed, it's like story-wise and whatnot. Prestige items. God mobs for the god games. Lord Decree. Lord Decree. What does he have? Oh, so that's a remnant, I think. No, wait, no, a remnant was a ancient warrior. I remember this. Yeah, Lord Decree is a remnant, I guess. With oh no, oh god, no. Yeah, that's a remnant. Okay, I'll get into that later on. I think I'll explain it briefly because I might go on a tangent again. I have 2 other topics I need to go back on. But remnants are like story related. They're meant to be as powerful as the player. Some of them aren't, but that's like, again, just more story-related things. But remnants are basically like corrupted or long dead, undead, whatever, like players. Something like that. The lore is very vague. I kind of like to keep it vague. One day I might flesh it out. Honestly, I think if Ømen could be made into a book, someone with a better brain for storytelling could probably make a lot of money out of Ømen in terms of a story or something like that. Yeah, but we've got a bunch, so let's check these out. Because there's some bygone relics in these things we can't make anymore. Napalm Archer. I don't want to show that one because it's just an archer, really. So, we've got Impersonator, we've got Dragon Cultist, Mage, Monstrosity, Napalm Gladiator. Napalm Gladiator is just a skeleton with a fire sword, really, so it doesn't matter. These ones are more unique. Let's get a hopper and some chests and do it the old-fashioned way. So we got 4. Also, if a player ever seen this, they knew to stay away, and if they didn't, they would soon, you know, learn the hard way to stay away from these things. There was name tags too. I would name them because what would happen is, say if someone died to this, people would know what it is. I like little touches like that in the games, in these worlds, because it's like, people learn what these are. So the Impersonator is like a Steve type player, but it's a zombie. So I'll just use like a... yeah, let's use a zombie for all these. So we have the Monstrosity first. He's meant to hold the arrow, but you know. There you go. And here's the thing. You can't do this anymore. The reason I'd give them items and enchant them is because of, let me see. Fire aspect 2, sharpness 5, knockback. If you got hit with that, it works. That's the thing. Like, look, it still works, but you can't do this anymore. You cannot make these items on Bedrock. It's not possible. The game won't let you. If you try to, it's like, oh, this enchantment isn't meant for this item. So if I get a hopper, for an example, and I go like, enchant at self, not strength, sharpness 5. Can't be done. Because, I don't know, Bedrock doesn't like fun. But back in these days you could. And I guess this is broken now, it's not even there. Normally this enemy would come with a lapis block. With similar effects on it, and then that would be a way for me to give people a block of lapis or emerald or diamond, any resource. Oh, there's all the copper things. They've not textured these yet. But yeah, that's a thing I can't do anymore. Takes a little bit out of the future worlds, but Java when? There's nothing special about this guy, really, now. He should have a pumpkin, too. Mages had pumpkins on their heads. I remember that. See if I can put one on him. There we go. Yeah, so he would be walking around like this, and he would have a lapis enchanted block in his hand. And the knockback on it goes, pew, like you get sent flying. It was really, really funny. Dragon Cultist, he should have a potion, but he doesn't. Don't know why. And then the Impersonator. They love to pick up the name tag instead of the instead of the weapons, but yeah. Again, sharpness on a pickaxe. I don't think that's even possible anymore. But yeah, anyway, that's how Ømen has its like uniqueness to it. And you can imagine how that can be manipulated and stretched out to create like a difficulty spike and whatnot. Things you can do with that, like enemies that only have thorns on their armor, or, you know, dynamic enemies where their armor is so weak that it breaks in a hit or two, and it's kind of cool. Very dopamine, you know, fueling. It's like, oh, he broke his fucking helmet. Now he's dying in the sun. Oh. But yeah, so here's the arena. And I believe these 3 swords are meant to represent, like, the rules or whatever. So we've got Flawless Rewards Raid Coins, which... That's a thing I've forgotten about, to be honest. I think... Yeah, I've completely forgotten about that. How I think it worked was that if you die... You have 3 lives in the arena. And if you die once, you lose your raid coins. You die twice, you lose your strike coins. And you die 3 times, you don't get any rewards. And, yeah, I guess that's a forgotten thing. Camping is punished. Yes, it is. You've got 3 lives. Okay. Yeah, so in Ømen, people tended to stick back with a bow. And just, like, stay out of aggro range and do this. If you were found doing this... you would get things dumped behind you, you would get punished for it. Like, it was very, very cheesy. Cheesy as in, like, cheating, in a way. It's not intended. It's a limitation of Minecraft. I can't really, you know, change that. It's gonna take a drink, sorry. So I had to punish it. I had to enforce the rule. And, inside the arena... In every arena, there is 9, well, arenas. Not every Ømen world has the same ones, but there might be a few fan favourites that I kept bringing back throughout all the other worlds. Why has that one got a hole in it? That's interesting. Well, like, someone could have an elytra and just come up here and die, or get stuck, like... There's a lot of diamonds down there. Just ender chests everywhere. Oh, that's cool. Oh, there's books. Oh, we're gonna read the books. Origins of Ømen. That's... Oh, yeah, good. Good, good. I might even school myself. I'm getting giddy. This arena. This one fucking arena. This is in every Ømen world. Like, the design of this, the fact that you can have a crisscross inside, and then it also has verticality. Like, it doesn't look the same in every Ømen world, but the basic design is there. This arena comes back in every world, and it is in Ømen 5. It's just a solid arena. There's nothing else to it. It's just really good. This one never came back. I think Ømen 1 has the most unique arenas. A lot of them didn't come back. You know, honestly, you know, looking at it. This one came back. I know this one came back. I think maybe once or twice, and then it got let go. I think that's it, though. The rest just kind of stayed behind. So we'll jump into all of these. Have a look around. This is just meant to be like a wilderness type thing, I guess. Just ruins. Not a lot going on. Ømen 1 is very simple in terms of builds. And it escalates a lot, like, down the line. Because Ømen became a thing, this is what I mean by Ømen 1 was a very, oh, pardon me, that was horrible. Ømen 1 was a very experimental world. Like, this is very visually... like, a very visually, messy. It's meant to be a ruin, clearly. Lava, too. This is, this does not happen anymore. I do not use lava anymore at all in arenas. Main reason being is that, gapples, they're very rare in normal Minecraft, especially now, since you can't craft them, which they need to change that back, it doesn't make any fucking sense. But, Gapples are a very common food item in Omen. They're almost required. Especially in, like, high-level content, like God games, for an example. Like, you need gapples. They're like borderline currency. I'm sure you could actually trade for, you know, another player using gapples. Very likely. You live and die by how many gapples you've got. Also by how good your armor is, to be honest. Those two things are a big factor in how long you'll live. This snowy one's very... Again, very basic. They're just built like... They're built like environments, they're not really built like a multiplayer map. Like a PvP map or, you know, whatever. I think that sort of mentality didn't really come into play until, like, Omen 2. As far as I'm aware, I just built biomes. For the most part. This one's more arena-ish. This one got added in, I think, towards the end of Omen 1's life cycle, like, you know, until we moved on. I think I made this so I could use Guardians, because they were kind of new. These days I try to not use the current thing to build with much. So what I mean by that is, like, for example, the new update, there's tough bricks. There's, like, tough chiseled bricks. There's tons of really nice bricks with tough. And copper grates and the bulbs and whatever else. Like, a more influential update, I would say, like the Nether update. Like, oh, the Nether update just came out, let's build an entire thing out of, like, the warped wood. Which, I'm a bit of a hypocrite because later on that is the case. But also kind of not because it was like an arena, but yeah, you'll see. It's not for a while. Omen 4. Yeah, this one's good too, I remember this. It's very, strategic as well. Because, this is Soul Sand, I know it's not very... Oh, they've made it... They've animated it now. That's kind of cool. Like, who was at the offices updating this almost, well, I think actually decade-old masher pack, and they're like, you know what? Let's put a GIF. let's put a GIF on this block. Like, let's animate this now. There's no soul sand on the sides, or did I just forget that one? No, there's no soul sand on the outside. There is here though. So I guess if you get knocked into the corner, it's like, oh shit, I'm in the corner. And you'll look like a little bit slower. This map is very... It's very anti-bow. Like lots of columns in the way. Also death pits, which again, there's a little bit of detail. Like, look at that, that's nice. Again, lava. And if it doesn't make sense why I don't use lava, I guess I'll add on to it. Gapples give you fire resistance. And if you land in lava, you're not gonna die. Lava is not a threat in Omen, it's really not. Thanks to commands though, I can do this thing where I, like, make fire resistance restricted zones or something. And it will strip away your fire resistance. That's a thing you could do. Let's take a drink again, sorry. So, like, in Omen 5, the second raid, I think, is gonna have a constant, like, stripping of your fire resistance. Like, you will not be immune to fire in the second raid in Omen 5. Oh, they've added a texture to concrete. Why? What? It's meant to be... Wait. Why? Only the brown, that's... Why? Huh. Well, it never used to be like that. But yeah, we've got like a little mesa thing going on. I like this one. This one has like a soft spot whenever I see it. Sometimes I would come on this world for like nostalgia's sake and trip down memory lane. I've done it a few times. And this one is always quite like a fun memory. Nothing special about it. It's like I just copy and pasted a part of a mesa biome and it's just there, but it's cute. It's got like little ruins of houses. And to be honest, it was probably a decent arena. Except for this. Wither skeletons can't get through here. And wither skeletons they're a big part of Ømen in terms of like enemy variety. They're used for like the high-end content, and that's just kind of funny to me. So I guess we didn't use this one very much. I don't know. Alright. Cowboy Town. Custom dead trees. Very blocky. No doors on the houses, because I guess that wouldn't be a good idea. The zombies would break them down anyway, there'd be no point. It's like it's like a sand, like a post sandstorm type village or whatever, like Cowboy Town. Is there a saloon though? Is there a bar? Ah, there is. I guess I'm assuming it's meant to be because of the potion there. Yeah, very basic, just interiors and stuff. A church? Is it longer on one side? No, it's not. It kind of looked like it was. It's not uncommon to have symmetry issues in these worlds. Oh, pardon me. I shouldn't be drinking something fizzy. I've got indigestion. Like it's not really gonna work out. Yeah, but that's like the cowboy type town. So which ones do we have left? Just like, no, it's just this one really. This one was interesting. I know we definitely played on this one. It's like 2-layered too. Like, it might not seem like it, but adding a second layer like this makes an arena massive. Like this doubles the playing space of an arena, for lack of a better term. I know I'm blanking on what the word would be for that. Like surface area, that would be it. Yeah, very, very odd. I don't know what I was really going for with that, but it's interesting. It's very yeah. It's pretty cool. Water. Not something, like elements in general, like water, lava, I don't use them much in arenas anymore. Anything that can be exploited and be used to make easier, I try to avoid. Because, I don't think there's any in this world. So you'll probably see it in Ømen 2, I think. Is when Ømen 2 introduced a lot of things that you'll see soon. But there's like arena tiers, and there's accomplishments, achievements, whatever, tied to the arena tiers. And there's 1 through 10, and it's like tier 1 might be do 5 standard games, and then it'll end in like tier 10 being do 10 god games. And if there's any map that's easier than the other, I don't want that to be the case. There'll always be favourites, but I don't want things like this map has a chance that, you know, you can exploit it and you can use the water to make the enemies slower so they can't corner you. And like, eventually I started to realise like I need to build things with that in mind. Things need to be on a level where it's like balanced. But But yeah, all of these arenas, fun fact, sometimes I would actually destroy an arena to replace it with another, so I'm pretty sure there used to be something else here. There used to be another one there. I think that was the first one I made in the entire arena. That was a close second, I think. It's like the ones that look like biomes haven't been replaced, and the ones that look more like an actual arena, like this one and this one, they were added in. And this one, I don't know. I guess I was just feeling fruity. I don't fucking know. But that's the arena. And there'll be more arena talk later on, because it kind of evolves. Not structure-wise, but just mechanics and things to do with the arena. So I think now is a good time to take a break and read a book or two, because I'm so curious. Please say I can read them. Before I open this, I do remember there's some what's it called? Like some save import issues with certain characters in books, so we'll see. Yeah, so I don't know how that accent O appears. Something makes it trigger, but I'll try and read past it. It's 30 pages long! This is how you feel when you join Ømen. You'd have to read a book that tells you how to play. And I think it was a 50 out of 50 page book. And then it got so long that I had to make it a Discord guide instead. Like, these worlds might seem simple, but they're really not. There's a lot of things that go into it, so... Sorry for all these, like, mouth noises, by the way. I'm so sorry. Indigestion is hitting me. Let's see. Some of these things, I doubt I've forgotten any of this. I just haven't mentioned it yet, but we'll get to it, so... The Origins of Ømen, in brackets, by the way, not lore. This book will tell the story of how Ømen came to be. It will speak of every milestone within its formation. Oh, good. Because I might have forgot, I don't know. And evolution. You most likely received this book from wanting to know more, so here you go. So I think I got bored one day and I've written this book. Just in case there was anyone who was, like, really interested in learning how the whole thing came to be. So, yeah, I guess I've written this. No idea if I even gave this to anybody, but I made it. Okay. I might not read the book word for word, I might just, like, read it a little bit and then talk about it. I think that might be a bit more organic, so we'll see. Shards of an idea. Ømen was not officially an idea at this point in time. It never existed, except the monster fighting. Okay. Back in 2013. I created a world for role-playing. Yeah, so back when I was in, like, secondary school, I was young. This is, like, year 9 in school. I think you're about, like, 12 or 13. Well, yeah, back in 2013. So I was, like, 13 years old. Because I was born in, like, 1999. And I'm as old as the last 2 digits of the year up until November 29th, and then I'm a year older. If that makes sense. That's how I don't know, for some... Like, I know how old I am, but that's how I tell my age. It's a very... I don't know, it's weird. Tangent. Anyway. So I made this world, which was like... a kingdom, but it was very small. It was like a village with a castle at the top, which was very badly built, I would imagine. And it was made out of obsidian. Obsidian and stone brick were very common bricks, like blocks to find in it. And it was just for role-playing, like, oh, I lived in the castle, and then like, my friends would join and they could live in a house in the village, and we all lived together like that. And then, let's see if it even says... Yes, around it were tall walls protecting a small town. This world was not used for what I intended. in the long run, it became something much different. Yeah, so what happened was later on, I boarded the entire thing in lava, like walls, so you couldn't get through without dying. There was no way to get through without dying. And I had an armory at the top in the castle, and people would run from the spawn area up to the castle and find whatever was left. All the gear was randomly enchanted, so there was actually different levels of, you know, gear. And you would fight and die and stuff, your items would drop, and you would just fight until the castle was demolished and there was no armor left, and then I would, you know, quit without saving, and we could start again if you wanted to, and that's how it would work. It became an arena. So Ømen basically started with these, like, arena maps I would make. So let's see what it says. I would launch zombie attacks on the town, which players would have to protect themselves from. Eventually, this was so fun for everyone involved, including myself, I locked the rest of the world off. Yeah, that's what the lava walls were. This was done by placing a lava wall around the entire build. The obsidian castle was given an armory, yep, which all players ran to gear themselves up, although it was not enchanted, since we didn't have enchanted books at the time. Really? Wait. God, this goes back so far. We didn't have enchantments? Are you fucking me? I do remember I did later on add enchantments, though. I did do that eventually. This world became what I would call a mob arena. Yep. No escape, no time limit, just pure combat and destruction. The world would never be saved, making it even more fun seeing how destroyed the castle could be. Yeah, the aspect of, like, watching a thing someone puts time into and then watch it be destroyed with just madness and chaos, and, like, staircases become unusable, rooms have craters in them, you'll fall through one floor onto the next, which might be filled with lava by that point, who fucking knows. It was fun. I would make these arenas today if I could, but I can't, because I can't quit a game without saving. It's not possible anymore, but these were really fun. It genuinely, like, good. They were fun times. Because it didn't feel like it was a kid fucking around with spawn eggs, that's the thing. If anyone growing up playing Minecraft might remember, like, having a friend list full of random people and stuff, because when you were a kid, I feel like that was just the norm. You would just have a friend list full of people you barely knew, but you played with them, for some reason. That's how it was for me. And now, you could join friends of friends and stuff, and you'd see, oh, what the fuck's going on here? And normally you would join, and it would be a super flat world. There'd be a guy in full diamond enchanted armor, with a bedrock house with double chests filled with diamonds, but no wood to make things with them. Very common occurrence. And you would just go around killing people in that spawn and that join. And that would be that. But with these mob arenas felt like they were, like, purpose-built for that. It wasn't me running around spawning creepers behind your back, it was me putting you in a fucking purpose-built box, a giant bedrock box, which is what they became eventually, with a self-contained structure and like a biome and an environment, and you would fight in it, and you would notice eventually, like, things blew up to reveal another place. I built one of these mob arenas, and it was like a jungle with a big manor type structure at the top, and there would be iron bars covering a cellar. You could break it open, or a creeper might blow it open. There was mine shafts that were underneath the ground that I built myself with ores in it. You could mine and make shit with to use. It was good. It could genuinely, if it was possible, I would bring it back as like a mini game in Ømen 5. I just don't think that's possible. There was something to experience, though. It was really fun. Anyway, many more mob arenas came and gone in many different styles, such as Jungle Temple. Yep, Dig Site. I don't remember. Dig Site. Dig Site. No, I don't remember that one at all. That's sad. Obsidian Castle Mark II. I don't remember that. There was a second one. Just to name a few. No, I do remember, actually, I do. Very vaguely. The plastic texture pack just came out and I used it. And I built it on that, I remember. By this point, I knew mob arenas were fun, but it was missing something. Ooh, this book is actually fucking good. I can write. God, I can write for myself, I'm like enthralled. An omen approaching. So I think where the little bullet point at the top is, that was meant to be a title. And then it would have a space, but because of the world import issues, I think it's fucked it up a little bit. Like, reformatted it. Because books used to be a single page, by the way. They never used to be double page books. So maybe that's what it was. An omen approaching. Flat world customization came to Xbox One. Yes. Right. So this was the start of Omen. This was the beginning, the true fuck around and find out moment of Omen. So, well, I'll read the rest of this out and explain, because it might already say. Flat world customization came to Xbox One. This gave the ability to be able to mix biomes and even dimensions into the overworld. With this, I created my own new world. So what I did is I put on the preset Miner's Dream, I think, or Tunneler's Dream, I think it's called, which generates ore in the world, but there is no caves. There was no option to add cave generation to a flat world, but there was depth. It wasn't like 4 blocks down and there's bedrock. There was actually stone and generated ores. I don't think gravel existed, or sand, but because the dimension was the Nether, and the overworld was like whatever the thing I did to customize the flat world with these settings back in the day, like how it worked back then, there was lakes, there was like ponds and lava pools on the surface. So there was water and lava, and I think sand spawned around the lakes or like the ponds. I'm not too sure. I said lake. It wasn't a lake. It's like a pond. Ponds and lava pools. They're like, you know, the circular-ish things you might find ever so often on the surface. They were about that size. And this had this really cool effect where the sky was always red. It was very cool. And the beds exploded, by the way. A lot of people found that out the hard way. It was very funny. Also, ghasts would spawn naturally in the sky. And pigmen. But I turned that off, I think. I turned off mob spawning, which is a big part of Omen as well. Let's see. Yeah, the sky was red, the land was misty. Right. I'm not going to back out of the book in case I lose my space. Fuck it, no, I'm on page 9. I have a very big pet peeve with Bedrock, and it's the fact that fog doesn't exist. Render fog. I think it was a way they did it back, because, you know, the 360 wasn't a very powerful console, and Minecraft is, I guess, kind of demanding in a way. Or at least it is now. So I think to mask that up, they introduced like a render distance fog, but it was kind of separate. It wasn't like that fog over there. It was like a mist. It was nice, and I don't know, like, I don't think this will do anything. Let me see. Because right now, we can, on Xbox Series X at least, and I guess on the PS5 maybe as well. 36 chunks is insane, so 10 chunks. It wasn't even like that. It just... No. I don't know. It's not the same. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. But it just looked really nice. But yeah, red misty skies. It was really unique. I'd never played with anyone else who fucked around with that stuff and did that. I thought it was pretty cool. A pretty cool discovery. Anyway, page 9. Yep, the sky was red, the land was misty, trees were scattered every so often. Yeah, I remember that now, actually. Trees were scattered around, so it's like you could play survival on this world. um, every so often, okay, as were lakes and lava pools, it really set an intense atmosphere upon the world. It was cool. It was pretty cool. It was very cool. I liked it. Ores still spawned naturally, however there were no caves whatsoever. Beds blew up. No sleep for the weak, I suppose. Oh, you're funny. Page 11. The voice in the sky. I'm so happy with this book. I eventually got an asked requests for certain items and services. I would charge players emeralds for said things. This might sound familiar to you. And that's in the book, by the way. Being an all-seeing, powerful, quote-unquote god was nothing new at this point, but back in the days of the mob arena, it was more to be expected as a mechanic. I had to be there to run the show. Eventually bosses were added, enemies with their signature gear and name, which I showed off earlier. They're nothing super inclusive to the experience, but they're a sight for sore eyes, and they're definitely a unique thing to see in Minecraft itself, which I would agree. I think Minecraft should do stuff like that for the actual base game in general, like just make variations of enemies that are powerful. Give players something to fear, like on the surface. Like, why not? Evolution, simply seeing... Wait, what? The way the updates have fucked the books up... Okay, so I guess the title is Evolution. Pardon me. Simply seeing a skeleton holding a sword is such a cool thing to see. It fucking is. A normal skeleton holding a sword is not something that happens in Minecraft. It just doesn't... They're always holding a bow. Make a variation where skeletons hold a sword, like, why not? But just how diverse could I make this world? It needed activities, certain RPG elements needed to be added to the experience. Yeah, so I assume we're still talking about the red sky, like the flat world, which I call... I think I called it, like, Ømen Alpha at one point. Very... like, if you could be a fly on the wall as an Ømen player, you would start to put all the dots together, like, oh, like, this is how this started, like, oh my god. Let's see. Evolution, yeah. The mob arena made a return, but in a different way. This time around it was a 50x50 square, filled with enemies for you to fight, with a boss at the end. With a boss? I guess like the Wither, I don't know. I don't remember. When completed, you could collect your rewards and leave. I think one thing I don't mention here as well is that the rewards in the arena, before I added that little drop chute I mentioned around the start of the stream, I would just piss out. I would have my hotbar filled with like gold and diamonds and just other materials like emeralds, like money. Emeralds were the main currency of Ømen up until like Ømen 4, I think. I would spam the drop button in random amounts and cycle through them, and those would be your rewards. But back then, that was peak. That was good. The arena today is much more fleshed out. You didn't even have to pay for it back then. Yeah, you didn't, because I fucking teleported you in. Because there wasn't even any raids. Yeah, there wasn't. Eventually there was. Eventually. Which actually, in Ømen 1, this current world, the raid I added to that flat world was brought back in this world, in the final raid. Which is a fun fact. There wasn't really an end game at all. You'd be simply playing... You'd be playing simply for gameplay changes within the world. What do I mean by that? Gameplay changes within the world. Like, I guess maybe things I added eventually, like later on. Maybe. I don't know. So dramatic. On the horizon is a deep red silhouette of a castle. Surrounding it is the glow of lava. It's a raid. Okay, so I have written it down. The first raid. This raid featured a classical shaped obsidian castle. What the fuck do you mean by that? Square with 4 circular... okay. So I even explain. Square with 4 circular towers on the corners, which is what I guess that is like the classic castle shape. Beacons shot out of the top of each one, and each connecting wall had a pathway on top, filled with obstacles. To enter, you first had to... to enter, you would first have to endure an attack from hordes of enemies. Surviving would prove your right to enter. Yeah, so you would approach the castle, and to begin with, you need to win a raid invitation from the arena, which I would randomly be like, yeah, I feel like running a raid today, so I would include it in the rewards in an arena game for someone. And to them, it's like, oh, I got the fucking raid ticket, and then to me, it's like, yeah, I really want to host the raid, go. But yeah, you would fight outside the castle, and eventually, I'd be like, okay, that's enough, and I would flip a switch, and this bridge would rise out the lava with pistons, and that's how you would enter. The first, okay, yeah. So if this all sounds familiar, then you'd be right. The first ever raid was rebuilt in this world. I even mention it in this book. Taking place in the Age of Ømen raid, which is the title. I believed it's a nice touch and a send back to the very first Ømen world. Okay, so I guess back then I considered it the first Ømen world. To me, Ømen 1 is the first Ømen world now. But Ømen 1, this world, was like an evolution of that, so to me that was the first one, but nah. we've demoted that world. Okay, so eventually, Starting Fresh is the title. Eventually, people began to complain that this flat never/overworld fusion was getting stale, that they wanted biomes and hills and oceans, and so we did. This was the first official Ømen world. Everything ran pretty much the same way it did on the flat world, just along the way there would be encounters and minor quests every so often. The quests felt more like a vague storyline between separate characters I'd play. I've not done anything like that in a long time, and has since become somewhat of a retired feature. That's not entirely true, because I did start doing characters and like little spontaneous quests in Ømen 1. I feel like Chris, he's probably asleep by now. Yeah, a lot of people have fond memories of these funny little quests I would spontaneously do. I have a skin pack from the Xbox 360 era, and it's a girl that looks like the Grudge, with a well that's on her head, for some reason, I don't know why. And I would torment people, and I'd be like, build me a well, or I won't fuck off. I would just, like, haunt people and jump scare them. I would, like, be invisible, and then, you know, uncloak myself, and, like, it's like a jump scare. I've never, like, fucked around with people in a way where it, like, would hinder their experience, I don't think, outside of actual enemy placement. In terms of these characters, they were always kind of, like, funny or goofy or scary. And the quests would be very... I guess I just wasn't very creative with the quests. If I put some thought into it and, like, written down ideas and fleshed them out, I think I'd be able to do it. Pardon me, Christ. I think I'd be able to do it a better service. But, yeah, later on in future worlds, it was definitely, something you would see a lot less. Sorry, oh, God. Indigestion. Let's see. Oh, so a new chapter. Retired ideas. We eventually created another world where Ømen was more set up to take in random players from forums and so on. This world was corrupted by a plague, and the endgame was simple: cure it. Okay, so right, these 2 pages here are talking about Well, not the character page, but the one before that. There was more like pre-Omen worlds that added certain things. Very short-lived, I'll say that. But this plague world was kind of interesting. So people would join. I would make posts on Minecraft forums and wherever else, and people would just join. They don't know me. No idea. We didn't speak. I think for a lot of people we didn't even talk. It was normally over messages. But they would join, and I would just kind of, you know, they knew what they were in for, so I would kind of mess with them in certain ways, like place enemies down, dynamic events and stuff. And I remember on this Plague World, someone I knew called, his gamer tag at the time was XX, like, Touch of Dead, or something like that. And he was very young at the time, I think. I think he was like, I can't even guess his age. He might have been like 13 or 4, something like that. It is young. And he just kept coming back. I would end every session at the end of the day, or, you know, whenever I had to stop playing or whatever. I would end it with, like, a music disc thing and a sign saying, like, Omen is closing for today, blah, 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 and there'd be, like, a little reward in the chest. Just little cute things. This is weird. I don't know. This is nice. But it would evolve, and I built, like, a portal on his, like, area where he lived, and then wither skeletons would, like, you know, like, I'm doing, like, bunny ears right now, come through the portal, and it's like they were attacking, and he would need to break the portal, and you have to check up on it, because it would slowly repair itself, and then come back and stuff, and lots of, like, little storyline things. It was a very, like, spontaneous, quest-heavy world, and, yeah. The plague was obsidian would start to spread, and eventually it would kind of take over your island, because, you know, obsidian's kind of a pain to mine. It takes a while, and especially, you know, if it's coating your landscape, it's a bit of a pain, so you kind of need to, like, retreat or, like, get ready to move before your house gets fucking taken over and whatever else. And there was this, to cut a long story short, lots of stuff like that, like, he would go back to his old house, and it would be a ruin. The island would be, like, eaten away at parts, and stuff like that. It was cool. This is all way too high maintenance to do for, like, a server full of people, though. Like, this is very... These are things I can do with 1 or 2 people. But not with how Omen is these days, how it's ran in more recent years. But this is what I mean, like, evolutions and retired ideas, as the book says. Oh yeah, so there's more. So this curse was represented by obsidian spreading across your land. You rather got rid of it by mining it or building a super quad beacon on it instead. I didn't know about that. Or I completely forgot about that. Wither skeletons invaded through portals too. Yes, they did. This proven too time consuming for me and for the players. Yes, it fucking was. Because no commands, remember, I'd place all this obsidian very, like, meticulously, like, very manually. As well as it being pretty annoying. Yeah. The wither skeletons weren't much of an issue, though. Just more of a challenge. In honesty, a welcomed addition to the gameplay. Yeah. I appreciate difficulty. Anything that Mojang does to introduce combat to make Minecraft a bit more difficult, I really appreciate it, because there's so many, well, not so many, but there's a bunch of mobs that haven't gotten into the game because of mob votes. The Iceologer, for one, is a huge loss in terms of, like, enemy creativity. It lost to the Glow Squid, I think. Thanks, Dream. It's from Minecraft Dungeons, and it would summon a block of ice above your head to smash down on top of you. And, you know, I would imagine it would make you maybe slow for a couple seconds. After you've been hit. But yeah, wither skeletons to me were always one of those mobs I would see on YouTube videos before we had them on console, and just like the spawn eggs, I was really hyped for them. Same with the wither. Because I have this like hyperfixation on combat in Minecraft and having it be more fleshed out and just have more difficulty and stuff to aim towards, I guess. Because Minecraft, let me rephrase it. So like Ømen, I always used to say Ømen is like an expansion to Minecraft. It gives the world purpose. There's things to do. You know, your maxed out Netherite gear, like, once you get that in survival mode, like, you don't need anything else. You don't need anything else at all. In Ømen, you might lose that armor. Because of the sheer amount of enemies, the force you'll take on, and stuff like that. Like, you might actually break mending, unbreaking free Netherite armor. It's very possible. Ømen has a lot of mob spawns, like hordes of enemies. It's very chaotic, I think. I've never personally played Ømen because I run Ømen. But I live through the people who play it. And it looks very hectic. Constant hectic shit going on. In the activities, like, it's not like you're going to be trying to build a house and you're getting smashed by like 20 fucking zombies. It's not a common occurrence. It does happen sometimes to make it be like, you know, let's break up the monotony of like nothing going on. Here's some enemies. And maybe one of those enemies are holding a diamond, you know, like interesting things. Maybe there's a book. Maybe one of the zombies are holding a book. Maybe the book has a little quest in it, who knows? Like, shit like that, like, that's what Minecraft needs. It needs content and stuff to do and aim for, and I think Ømen, and especially what Ømen, the standards that Ømen are at, you know, that what it's at now, God, trying to speak, I think Ømen really serves that desire for content and goals. It's very goal-focused. Because Minecraft's already a good game, you know, you can go play Minecraft. You could join an Ømen world and not do any of the endgame activities, which I would probably question why, but you could. You could be like a potion provider. You could grind basic arena games and just help other people out. Like, you don't, you know, if the raids aren't for you, you don't need to do them. I mean, again, I'd question why. But you don't have to. There's lots of people you could help out. Here's some food. I got some apples. Here's a spare set of armor. I saved up my currency. Here's a Smite 5 book. Alright, so what does it say now? This, like, I need to get, like, a different drink. This is not helping my throat. So, yeah, this curse, blah blah blah. Yeah, okay, so we read that. Okay, yeah, so next page. Present day Ømen. So this is in the position of Ømen 1, so yeah. This world has lasted the longest out of all of the other Ømen worlds there's been. I think this is because of how much time has been put into it, the memories it carries. Also, this is the most established Ømen world. If only you knew. With all the raids, the mega arena, all the structures within it, starting again wouldn't be the same, and if we did, it would have to be something pretty impressive. Oh my god, it's so... the music. It's so emotional reading. It's not... I'm not gonna cry, but it's like... I don't know. It just fills me... I feel warm reading this. Present day Ømen. This is, for now, a distant idea. It would have to be absolute perfection, and I can see it happening. There's 4 completed Ømen worlds, by the way. This is Ømen 1. And there's the 5th one on the way. For now, this is Ømen, shreds of my own creations pieced together into this unique experience. Yep. Oh, this is funny. So the final page, the future. For now, we've got a 4K graphics shader and a community marketplace to look forward to. Oh my sweet summer child. A perfected Ømen world is very likely to be created in the future. In the meantime, this is Ømen. Glad to have you. Oh. And this is the only copy of this book I've got, apparently, so... Oh wait, no, I've got 3. Put this back in the ender chest. Just in case. And there's some quests. Yeah, look, here we go. Quest of Scarlet. This is the well bitch. Build a well from stone bricks. It must contain water. Give Scarlet's remnants a water burial within the well. You'll be haunted by the restless soul of Scarlet until this quest is complete. Stumbling upon the cave released the soul of Scarlet the Well-Wisher. Murdered by the Headless Haunter, which is another skin in the skin pack. Her body was dragged to a once existing well and dumped, all except this last bone. Without it, she is incomplete and able to roam forever. That's pretty good. Very short and sweet. Oh, fuck it, wait, I mean, if the other books are quests, they'll be very short. Let's see. Quest, the Sham. The Sham was fun. The Sham. Create an invisibility splash potion. Use it on the Sham. So I would tell people how to deal with the quest. And then there's like a little bit of like lore. The Sham is a demon summoned from another world. If he is invisible, he doesn't exist. So it's like... the Sham was a skin. I would run around with it with an axe, and I would be like very fast. I would have like a speed 2 potion on. I would literally kill people with this thing. So if it, I would run around like this. I wouldn't target people. I would run around like an NPC. So I'll just like jump around. And if people seen it, they knew. And it was a very fun thing to do if someone was new. And then there's someone who's experienced. Because he'd be like, we need to make an invisibility potion now. And they're like, why? And it's like, make one. Make it right now. We need to make we have to make an invisibility potion. You do not get it. We don't have time. And the invisibility potion recipe is very, it's not complicated, but it's got things in it that I think are tedious to get. Like, let me check what's in it. Invisibility potion, Minecraft. What do you need? So, you need to make a night vision potion and then combine it with an awkward potion. Wait, what? Players will need to make a potion of night vision by combining an awkward potion with a golden carrot and a brewing stand. Then they should add a fermented spider eye. And it will be an invisibility potion. Like, that's tedious. Those are not, like, common items to have sitting around. Especially not in a fermented spider eye. So when that would happen, it's like, fuck. Give me a spider eye now. You need, like, a brown mushroom, sugar, and a spider eye to make that. Just that one item. Brown mushroom is also very specific, like, just... You can't imagine the panic people went through. It's like, shit! And I don't stop until someone gets rid of me, or until I think I'm annoying people, I think. But yeah. Right, I'm gonna need to take a second, and I'm gonna go get a drink. One that might help me out a bit more, so... I will not be long. I also think the ducks just jumped out the bath. Yep. Alright. 1 second. Alright. I tried to be as quick as I could. Let me check for this, like, mic issue, see if it's popped up. Nah, sounds fine. Alright. But yeah, I would stop doing the sham thing if I felt like it was getting too annoying. Like, I wouldn't aggressively chase people with the character and kill them over and over. I would, like, tickle them. Like, just smack them once, and then, like, vanish, and then appear again. Just stuff like that. But yeah, that was a fun read. It was very, very heartwarming towards the end too, I think. So in this world, there is the raids, and then, yeah, there's just like content-related things. And keep this world in mind for the rest of this stream, VOD, where you know, however you're watching. Just keep this world in mind, and the scale of the activities, and just everything in the world, the detail. And then compare it in your mind. And I mean, again, if you're on YouTube watching this in the future, just skip between them, because the difference, it's fucking staggering how things evolve. It's like, not to toot my own horn, but like, I personally know how far I've came with this concept, and yeah, it goes. But I think before we get into the content, I want to do a little tour and we'll check out people's houses. So, there's the aspect of random people from Minecraft forums and whatnot. Ømen worlds normally have a lot of unfinished builds, houses that are kind of empty, and also, you know, stuff like this where people stayed and played and just, you know, stuck around. Like this one here, like, it's very... It's just this, and there's nothing, there's no sign to say whose it is. Apparently there's a secret that leads to, I guess, a trophy room at some point. Alright, I was just checking the volume. The music's getting quite loud. I was but I was just testing or checking. Can't talk anymore. I've been awake for a while. I was just checking if the music was too loud. Also, this texture pack has this issue in swamp biomes. The side of the grass blocks are snowy. I don't know. I don't know why, and that's most likely never going to be fixed. But yeah, there's a fucking factoid for you. But yeah, let's have a look around. So, over here we have Chris's house. Draken Gaming. This is his house. And this is his friend. This is Stu. I mean, he's my friend too, but like... Oh, God. Minecraft crashed. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Yeah, but that was Chris's house and then Stu's house, which he didn't stick around in Ømen past Ømen 1. I'll get into that later, I guess. Oh, what's it doing? There we go. God. Yeah, Minecraft Bedrock is, it's a game. It's a game that exists, and it runs very well. No, I don't know why it crashed. But yeah, we'll get back into this when it's done syncing my data. When it's done doing that. I think in the future, sometime, you know, when I have a PC, I will do this tour. I will do a more in-depth talk, a very scripted one, I think, edited and whatnot, very nicely. As soon as I have a PC, things are going to change, like big, like big time. But anyway, let's get back to where we were. Ømen. Do continue with the player houses. Have a look around. Right, anyway. So this is Chris's house. Draken. You went for a very modern looking house. And this was like... does this work? It does. Oh. Yeah, so zombies entering his house, because it's a very open door, like modern design, he had to add this. Because things kept coming in. Good times. And instead of having a trophy room, he's put, like, just things around, which is a very unique way of doing it, I think, because back in the day, in most trophy rooms, it's all, like, laid out as, like, a big cabinet kind of thing. But, he did it this way. There's most likely meant to be things in these frames, these empty ones, but it might be an import issue. Like, books out of frames, like, maybe this was meant to be there? I don't know. But yeah, so we've got, like, the raid banners and stuff like that. I think this was like a storage room, yeah. He always tried to do inbox. He always tried to do automated storage, I think, in every Ømen world, and he never once got one going. That's a fucking really big call, then. Also, I love finding signs. I love finding signs. A tunnel there. I don't even remember that. Yeah, and then there's this whole... there's the well for the quest that they made. Yeah, whole dock area. Look machine. Oh my god, yes! So on the legacy editions, is what I'll start calling them, there was a luck potion. And I think it would work when you fished. You got better stuff. And that used to have luck potions inside it. Like a vending machine. That's a throwback, holy shit. I think I built this entire thing when I was bored one day. Because, like, back in these days, the Ømen community was quite small. I mean, it still kind of is. But it was very small. It was like Convict and Chris and Stu. That's all it was. And then we had a few people that joined and left. And, you know, there was a few people who made a phase of it. I vividly remember... Or maybe not vividly. But I guess vaguely remember, there was a guy called Delete. Like, his username was like Delete93 or something like that. And he had his friend called Snipes, and these were before the Convict and Draken and Stu era. And this was back in the day before the Mega Arena, before the raids, everything. Just the idea of having someone run the world and spawn things was enough for these two guys. I think Delete was from Germany. And he was so addicted to playing that he took caffeine pills to stay awake. Because he had stayed awake playing for so long that he didn't see the sense in going to bed, so he stayed awake. And I think he might have recognized eventually that it was kind of bad for his health. He found it too addicting. And I'm not saying this to blow smoke up my own ass or whatever, like, I'm not talking big about myself, but I'm just saying, this person's experience was so good that he had to rip himself away from it. And his house was in here. These are the remnants of his house. And this is something else. Oops. But yeah, this was like a storage room and stuff like that. I think they lived together? I don't remember. I think this was no, this was like Snipe's house, I remember. He lived over here. And eventually over time things just evolved and changed and... Yeah, like you're literally looking at like player ruins right now. And there's just like a railway through here. Where does this go? Whose fucking railway is this? What? Where does this go? What? Who made, what the fuck? Who made this? This wasn't me. Like, this was not me, by the way, I'm just saying. Where is this gonna go? Oh. Villager farm. This reeks of convict. This is a very fancy house. Where are we? A secret door? Does it work? It does not work anymore. Okay. This is Convict's fucking house. Alright. Well, that was a good transition. Yeah, so the trio of Convict, Draken, and Stu. Convict's name is Mike. But we just call him Convict. My fucking peaches, motherfucker. Right, so the story behind that is that Stu had a giant chorus plant tree, which looked like snakes in this. And when you break them, chorus fruit looks like a peach. Yeah. And there was Convict chopped down this big tree, and it rained peaches. And it was this whole thing. There's a book somewhere, I know there is. What's this? I know what that's meant to be. Comes out the penis. It comes out the penis. Comes the book. Oh, it said it in the fucking. It said it in the the toolbar. Cum cultists say they are self-destructing due to its only member not liking their own church. Yeah, so we tormented Convict with like the Church of Cum. Oh my god. Yeah, some silly shit went down. Welcome to Ømen. Oh, let's have a look at the welcome book. 28 pages. Yeah, so I'm not going to read through this entire thing. But if you joined the world, you'd be given the guide in the form of a book. Look at that. Look at the date. 29th of the 4th. 2017. And that's the UK date, the correct one. Smallest to biggest. Makes sense. I'm just saying. But yeah, that's how long ago is that now? 7 years ago. Just over 7 years ago. Holy shit. Rules, spawns, bosses, arena, raids, quests, events, loot caches, prestige. Let's read the rules at least. What kind of rules do we have in place at the time? Do not harvest resources from player-made structures, of course. This extends to trees, even... This extends to even trees. That doesn't sound right. I would have said this even extends to trees, but whatever. Intentionally placed in the area. Only harvest from world-spawned blocks and trees. Failure to follow this rule counts as griefing. Use common sense. So I think what I meant by that is that if you see a tree that is clearly placed for, like, decorative purposes, you know, like such as this, like that's clearly meant to be there, these trees. I feel like anyone who takes a second to think is like, yeah, they're not natural. They're meant to be there. It's very scenic. 3 trees placed, I think, equal distance from each other, yeah. Stuff like that. It's a very picky one, but yeah. Do not grief, do not spam kill players, do not steal from homes, do not stack blocks or nerd pole, which is the term people would use, up on top of structures without getting rid of it afterwards. If you cannot find a way to get into a player-made structure, do not break in, as you are clearly not meant to be able to just simply enter, and may have certain requirements. Do not build your home base next to an activity-related structure. Try not to wander too far from populated areas of the world. This keeps everything easily moderated and tidy, however this is not enforced but recommended. It's also just more... Well, yeah, it's just more recommended, because, like, if you live, like, 3 maps away from the arena, that's a long way to walk. The same, you're making it... It's an inconvenience for you, to be honest. It's not appreciated if you do not create armor stands. Wait, what? Did I say not? It's appreciated if you do not create armor stands and banners, since on console, which this is in the time of the Legacy Edition, the previously mentioned items are very limited, and we would like to reserve them for raid banners and cosmetics in major areas and structures. Yeah, so I think the limit for armor stands on the Legacy Edition was like 12. It was very small. It was around that number. Not many. Not many at all. Notice, since Ømen is naturally a difficult world, keep inventory as on as to not enrage players and, in extreme cases, make them rage quit. Information. Enemies and animals in the world are spawned by the host. This means meat is rare and animal farms are encouraged. All characters, arena games, raids and so on are operated by the host. If there is any major activity that requires host-operated mechanics, you should expect inactivity around you if you are not part of said activity. Example, raid, arena game, quest. And then it just goes on to talk about how the world actually operates, like, I spawn the things, nothing naturally spawns, and then it's just talking about the arenas and the quests and all that, which is all solid stuff. It's cute how people frame these as well. Oh, it's still there because I pick-blocked it. That's good. What's that? Boats and hose. Anything upstairs? Like an auto smelter type thing? The snake. Totems. Yeah, that's a chorus plant, by the way. A bunch of horses. And let's go back into the basement from the railway. That's very interesting that Convict has a railway to Chris's house. Like, this is how tightly knit it was. Like, where was the... It was here, yeah, there we go. Massive storage room. Diamond... Diamond... What the fuck? Diamond... So... One thing I was going to explain the one thing I was going to explain earlier... I can't talk anymore, I'm so fucking sorry. One thing I was going to explain some time ago, let's just use that word, those words, is that people would smelt down the gear that enemies would drop, because back then we didn't have Curse of Vanishing. So all the gear would drop, so diamond gear would literally drop. You would have a full set of diamond gear if you killed an enemy that was wearing it. So what I did is, at the arena, you might have seen there was like these shulker type things I should have explained. I'll go over to that later on. But I invented like a diamond smelting service which doesn't exist, so I did it manually. It's kind of tedious, but I would do that. This is a potion crafting machine, which I will be shocked if this works. Let's see if it works. My friend Lucy made this. So, why are these chests in the way? I don't want to break chests, and there's a book there too. Oh. Madunda, my old game attack messenger's book. Launch the assault siege event, brace yourself. Seriously. Like, I need to start doing that stuff in Omen 5. I need to. Right, let's see. Can I make a... I don't know, like a speed potion? I don't think all these lights are meant to be on. Things are moving though. Oh my fucking god. It's actually working. And this switch would mean, do you want it to be splash? You know, poison? Like, oh no, reverted. You know, last longer or, you know, have double the effect. It's what? Oh my god, it still works. That's wow. There you go. Oh, and it was putting redstone in too. What the fuck? It still works after all this time. I don't know what these are. I don't think these are like decorative, I think. Tubes. Want to be famous? I will give you a follow if you follow me. Do I not follow you, Tubes? No, I do. I've been following you for 4 years, I think. Have I? No, that's you following me. I'll give you a follow. Oh, that's not what. 1 second. I don't know. I will. We're touring all the Omen worlds, Tubes. All of them. It's gonna take some time. This stream's gonna be long. Yep, so this is Convict's trophy room. Trophy rooms all kind of look like this for the most part, just like these set out rooms. But yeah, very it's heartwarming, I think, to see people take pride in like their accomplishments in the world and people appreciating like the content and it's nice. Like, there's 2 types of people that join an Omen world. You get the people that join and just don't understand what it's going for, or they like rage quit. Like, they just don't get it. And then you get the people like Tubes and Chris and Convict, and like they've been around forever. And they're coming back for every Omen world that there's ever been. And they're all for it. And it's funny, the people that stick around, they're normally adults. They're mature grown-ups, or mature where it counts, you know, in their day-to-day life, I'd imagine. It's like, they're never teenagers, they're never really kids or anything like that. Like, nothing like that. It's always grown people. I've literally been told, I think it was Chris that said it, like, he would not be playing Minecraft if not for Omen. Like that was like during one of the Omen world's life cycle, which is... it's very true. It's true for me, I don't really play Minecraft anymore. I've recently started a realm with my girlfriend, and it's been fun with the add-ons, but otherwise I don't play Minecraft for me. I'm a creative person. I play Minecraft to build Omen, to play Omen. 50 Cent, Many Men. That one's for me to give you a suggestion. If you really want one, I'll give you a song suggestion for that channel point little thing there. Just like, I think how I normally do this is like I just press shuffle on my playlist and I'll see what you get. Oh, that's a nice... I'll type it in chat. Exquisite Tension by You Will Never Get to Heaven. I think I typed that the wrong way around in the chat, but you get the idea. It's quite a dreamy song. It's quite nice. This is Stu's house. My teeth just whistled. I believe I built this for him. This echoes of old me building style, even a little bit of current day actually, in a way. He's got pet snakes. Giant Neverball. Cool fucking Greek paintings. Like, they did that in this pack. Like, paintings are... They're like... Yeah. Like statues and armor and spears and stuff, I think, as well. Oh, these are the new Minecraft paintings. I don't have textures. The new paintings are nice. Yeah, there's statues and stuff. What's up these stairs? More of that. Dark Side? What the fuck is this? Quest. Oh, it's a quest. Thank you for restoring me to my true form. Now I can get back to killing innocents. If you ever acquire valuables, sacrifice a few pathetic villagers at my altar. My minion. What the fuck? Fornication station. Oh my god. Storage room. Very unique. I didn't build this. I don't think I did this layout. I don't think. Very unique. That's very unique too. Oh, it's a smeller. It's like so high up. I have to walk up. Have you I remember this. Have you seen my fucking Your Finding Nemo thing? Oh, this book doesn't even have a name. Penguin. Thank you for finding my fucking dad. What the fuck? Soul Fragments? No name on this book. Potion book. Oh, it's literally a recipe book. That's cute. It goes even higher. Enchanting materials. That's the Welcome to Ømen book. My mouth made a noise. Yeah, that's the same book we read earlier. Verbal Assault. Okay. Yes! This is the book I was talking about earlier. This is a transcript of when this happened. I think around here, somewhere around here, there was a giant chorus plant that had grown really, really fucking tall. And Convict knocked it down, which is the whole peach thing. This is a transcript of what Stu was shouting at Convict, very comedically. I don't want your fucking baked potatoes. Why is Minecraft censor things now? Something something this waterfall. Give me the peaches from my trees, motherfucker, I remember that. Talk to me about fucking medication, Dr. Convict. Give me my fucking peaches. This isn't a joke. Put his head on a Minecraft guillotine. He was like he was talking to me at this point. Put his head on a Minecraft guillotine, I want to see it roll. I had a stack of peaches. And I think Convict said something about burying a hatchet. I'll bury the hatchet in his fucking skull. He was very upset about it, I think, in a half-hearted way. It was so fucking funny. Stu built this on his own, I remember that. Some sort of automated wheat farms, do they work still, though? No, they do not. That looks nice. I don't know if I built that, though. I don't know. And then there's a literal villager farm. Yeah, so the minion thing, I set up this altar over here, and I believe they had to make a sacrifice railway. I decorated this. I think eventually I built this underneath, but there was a railway going through the sky. And it led to this. And this is like a place where the villagers would land in here, 6 soul fragments equals 1 raid coin. So there was like an incentive to sacrifice villagers. So I click this, it works, and there's like a lava pit down there. Try and get a quick sneak peek. Yeah. A lava pit. And then I would give them soul fragments, and that was like, exchange these for raid coins. Because to get into the raids, you need raid coins, and it's an escalating price, depending on which raid you're doing, I think. This base, I don't fully remember. I built this for somebody. I don't know who, but I remember I built this. The shitter. I don't know whose house this was. There might be some clues somewhere. I think this might have been Lived's house. I don't know. When you launched, did you get an update? I don't think so. There's nothing in these chests. No, I've been on Minecraft for a while, but it's also not really the time of day for an update, so I don't think so. This is Chris's museum. Chris built this all on his own. I had nothing to do with this, actually. Apart from this, I think I helped with these, I think. These armor stand things. But he made like a little miniature representation of each raid. And put his raid set in the middle. All the themes and whatnot. This one is completely ruined, and I'll show you this later on. Well, pretty soon. Let's go see if we can find some more houses. I seen there's like a tree house thing. So, apart from like maybe one other person over there, which is Kyle, I don't think anyone else I'm about to show stuck around for too long. But someone built this. I had nothing to do with this. This is like very cute. like a tree house looking type base. Like water buckets, sticks, armor. Just bunch of random things. Welcome to Ømen. So this person did 2 raids. So they stuck around for a bit. Bunch of materials. I love looking through Minecraft chests that have been there for like years and years. And I guess they were gonna continue with this, and then one day they didn't. There's a whole castle here too, with a house inside it. Like, what? I did not have anything to do with this, I don't think. Hopefully there's like signs somewhere. Ooh. Oh no, it's blank. Don't say the signs are blank, please. Maybe like they didn't write anything on it. I hope all the signs have things written on them, because I know the ones in the god room did and stuff. This, whatever this was meant to be. What's that? In memory of Gespatio, beloved steed. Oh, there's nothing in there. I've never seen that before as well. I don't think. Any more houses scattered around anywhere? There's one house I do remember. I don't know exactly where it is. I know for a fact I would never have gotten rid of this house. Where is it? Oh, I'm blind as hell. Holy shit, there it is. So, this guy... There's a little bit of a story to this guy. Not much, but there is a little bit. He, I used to play a lot of Dark Souls 3 back around this time. And this is back when the Xbox dashboard really pushed, like, Xbox groups. It was, like, very front and center on the Xbox home screen, so people actually bothered with them. I don't think it's that they're bad now, it's just that... I don't know, they don't really try to push them, so no one cares. But this guy was a moderator, or like, he ran the Dark Souls 3 group on Xbox, and I somehow became friends with him in one way or another. And he told me a whole story about having, like, cancer in his balls and stuff, and fucking just what he's been through in life, and yeah. He's been through some shit. I don't even... Maybe his gamertag's still the same, let me check. Crooked DNA. It is. Xavier. Last seen online 8 hours ago. He's still kicking. I think it'd be kind of weird to send him a message though. Like, I would be that one kid he knew 7 years ago. Like, I'm not even the same person anymore. I'm a different person now. And even then, we didn't know each other too well. But, yeah. Over here is the remnants of Lived's house. It burnt down, and I turned it into a mob grinder for public use. But his house is... Oh god, it's all filled with water. 1 second. His house is down here somewhere. Oh, it's in the area. I know that. It's somewhere. Because his house was in the hill, and it was extensive. It's in there somewhere, I know it is. Actually, you know what? I think this room was his house. Like, this entire gap, because if I punch behind the wall, somewhere we might find... Yeah. Like, just where it was a little bit bigger at one point. Yeah, I don't really remember exactly where, but his house used to be inside this hill, and you can see, because there's a staircase, so the door used to be down here somewhere, so maybe, yeah, I think I just turned it into that, the entire thing. It was fucking funny. It just burnt. There's some wood there. There you go. There's some evidence. There's some wood in the ground. But it was funny. Like, it started burning down from the inside out. I don't know how. I think a blaze shot a fireball in at a weird angle, and it just went unnoticed. It was just silly. I don't know. Other houses. There's a whole village down there, we can go check out. Consume liquid Belgian beer. I've never had that. I had a cider earlier, strawberry and cream cider. Very fruity. There was a little sip in the bottle. Yeah, so this village, I think I made this. It's like free real estate. Like, people could come over here and claim a house if they couldn't really build very well. And people lived in them. As you can tell. By the chests. I hope there's some signs, like, saying who owned it. The windows are... Why are the windows broken? a basement someone tried to make an extension. I kind of remember there being signs around here. I guess not. I think lived in this house for a while. He had like a polar bear named K. Like, welcome to Leon's row housing. There he is. Why? I remember things. So he lived in this one, not that one. Pretty cool, unique enchantment room. And I guess this was meant to be a map board at some point, and there's no maps in there anymore. Interesting. There's a bed up there, yeah. But yeah, these were like just free real estate houses for anyone who considered themselves not good builders, and they just, you know, they could come here and live here. Other than that, there might be a few other places scattered around, like if I get a spyglass. This, no idea who this was. Clearly they didn't stick around very long, but I remember that. There's a raid entrance over there. This house, very close to the arena. But in all fairness, this house was here before I built this, so it doesn't really encroach on that, the rule. Oh shit, there's a name? I remember that name! Cap, let me see if he still has that name. What was it? Cap 823. Cap 823. He does. If that is him, he does have that name still. But his name just says offline, so maybe he's appearing offline, or he's just done with gaming. I don't. Who knows? Another house, which I think was yeah, it's a barn. So that was his as well. God, it's weird how small the world feels. He's gone to PlayStation. Fucking maybe. Or PC. If he knows what's good for him. Okay, there's a house there, which didn't look like it got too far. I love the spyglass for this purpose. But yeah, the world feels so small. I remember this feeling so much bigger. That's a raid. Believe it or not. Some like decoration, giant grave. There might be a couple random structures I've not seen. Doesn't look like it. Other than that, there's Kyle, which I mentioned earlier on, so this is where Kyle lived. He kind of... I can't remember, I think he started playing and then I built something for him to live in these areas. Like, this is all just decoration. All these towers. But he's a very, Kyle's an interesting person. He's, he is autistic. In his own words, severely autistic. He has a very big fascination with just, like, plants and flowers and stuff. He's into a lot of weird things, like, just, not weird, but just like niche, like welding and old tools and just vintage things in general and whatever else. And he really likes just kind of living like this, like out in the open, makeshift type places. Free anvils. Just gonna see if there's any like books or any like something like that. No. disposal pit, I think. Yep, and then these towers, they don't serve any purpose other than just decoration, really. I did eventually tie it into a raid. That's a raid entrance. Again, believe it or not. But yeah, this is all decorational. I think Kyle inhabited the entire island. Like, there were some stables here. Skeleton horses inside, like... There's this, which is broken into, it has a staircase, so you can go up. Oh, no, okay, so that over there was like a separate living area. This was his main area at the very top, which seems like a really big pain to get around, but... Yeah... No, that isn't even the top. There we go. This is where he lived. This makes more sense. Alright. Madun-do. Right, so... I don't remember... Oh, God. Did he do it? I don't remember. So, my name back then was Madun-dat. And then Kyle changed his name to Madun-D. And then there was Madun-do. Which I think was the... At that point, kid I mentioned Touch of Dead. He eventually changed his name to Tooch. Because I kind of thought it suited his personality, so it's like Touch but like goofy, so Tooch. I don't know. I think he kept that gamertag for a long time. I think he's gotten rid of that now, though. Unless, because I think I have him on Fortnite for some reason, and... I don't know, I don't know. I don't check up on... I don't keep tabs on people, so maybe. There's like a little blocked up passageway in the castle, too. But yeah, we all had like similar names, it was very cringe. And that's all there is to it. So as far as people's houses go, I think that's it, maybe? Oh, wait. Why is that biome there, by the way? I don't think we had that biome. That's interesting, that's... okay. What the fuck is this? Please have a sign. Please be a sign. Oh, come on. No signs. I have no idea who lived here. There's a cow pit. They're cultured cow pits. But there's 2 houses though, that's the thing. So this was like a couple of people. There's a quarry. That goes down, like... I don't know. I really don't know who that would have been. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's almost all of the people, like the player houses and stuff. So all I have left to show now is the end game content of Omen 1 before we move on to Omen 2. The worlds might not take as long to get through as Omen 1 because there was a lot of like explaining to do. But yeah. Let's have a look at the raids, which is it's funny to call them raids. It's ridiculous. Hello, Sunflower. Welcome. I'm showing off all the Omen worlds, so you've missed most of Omen 1. But if you've watched the VODs, I mean, you can check it all out. I'm going on like a little nostalgia trip. So for anyone who has played Omen and joined maybe halfway through, like maybe Omen 2, like you did, Tubes, or Omen 3 and so on, calling this a raid is fucking hilarious to me. Now, it's ridiculous. But this was a raid back in these days. So you would start here and fight across this bridge. All the zombies had knockback swords, so, you know, had the risk of falling off. To your death, there's no water to fall in, really, unless you get lucky and get knocked over that way. You would run around. Like this, around here. And then, yeah, around here. And looking down at the arena too, like, the stuff like this just, it doesn't happen anymore. I would never build a raid close to it, like an activity structure, but yeah. It's all kind of ruined and crumbled. You go up here. Blocked off that way, so you need to go outside on, like, the roof. And I really wish I had the clip still, because I'm pretty sure I don't. But it was Chris, Stu, and I think Convict playing on this raid, and what happened was, I think Stu got knocked off, or one of them got knocked off the edge. Someone punched a zombie off the roof, and then I think someone else was, like, heading up. And then Stu, or whoever was flying, flew around on their elytra underneath, so they avoided dying from falling, flew back around, and it was the most cinematic, like, imagine, like, someone there knocking a zombie off with, like, a knockback sword, and, like, someone flying very cinematically past, like, my POV. It was so cool. it was sick to watch. I loved it. Yep, and then you go through here. Up here. And then there's like a ladder, I think. Oh, a triple ladder, holy shit. And then these are the reward boxes, and I would spawn the reward. Oh god. I would spawn the rewards in through the ender chest. I think I have them all. Yep, Sky Island rewards, so I would be like, boop. And then you finish the raid, and those are your rewards. So, an important thing to mention is in these worlds, mending is a banned enchantment, so the only way you can get mending gear is by completing the raids, which is what gave the raids incentive. Because mending is essentially like, it lasts forever. Especially in these worlds, because the amount of enemies I would spawn provided that much XP that your gear would repair itself because of the mending enchantment, and yeah, it was very heavily incentivized to do the raids. So that was raid 1. I might be doing these out of order, but let's have a look in the castle. I'll try and do the order. So, number 2. These buttons do nothing, by the way. This was like, for people with no mic to select, like, I want to do this one. Remember, this is like before commands. This is like Xbox One Legacy Edition at the time. We're on Bedrock right now, as you can see. But yeah, so this is the, what's this? Cemetery of the Damned raid. Alright, so this one is, I think, over this way. There it is. And again, I'm gonna say, keep in mind the scale. just keep it in mind. That's all I can say. Oh, there's another player house. Ah. I don't see a sign, but there's another house. I love uncovering, like rediscovering my own worlds. It's crazy. Alright, so this one, you would spawn here. The bars would break open and there'd be a shit ton of zombies, so they'd be flooding out. I think I gave them, like, swiftness too as well. And then you would kind of fight. Why is this signs? Why is that broken? I guess this is decoration. You would fight kind of like in this route. Very basic build, like, things are very basic. Back in the ye old 2017. And then it goes down here into like a, I don't even know, like, just like like a crypt. That looks really cool, the glow. Dripping lava. And then the rewards would be, like, here. And then you exit by going up. There is a way up, it's very dark, you can't really see, but yep, you would come up here. Nope, it's like a secret exit. No one's likely to find that just running around. Like, running around like this, I don't know, I don't think you'd really see it. And if you did, it's an iron door anyway, so you can't really get in. What is that? Oh my god, what is this? I'm finding more houses. Is that another house? No. You know what? I do kind of remember this one. No idea whose house this is, though. No idea. I do remember this. Please be a sign. Oh, there's no sign. No. Here's the thing, in Ømen 2, everyone has a gravestone with their name on it, so I'm gonna have so much fun. Just like reading names and seeing if they like still exist on Xbox and stuff. Right, so the next raid is in the Nether, and I think... What the fuck is that? What was that? Just a fire charge around. Okay. That's been like stuck in time for years. Just unleashed it. Yep, so we've got, I think the fourth raid is there. And the second one is... No, it's not there. I do know where it is. Alright, so it's not there. So I'll show the fourth. This one, Bedrock Edition has kind of ruined this one. Because on the Legacy Edition, there was kind of a cool effect that if you went to, like, Bedrock, when you looked up, it would create this really weird effect that just doesn't exist anymore. So what would happen is you would look up and you'd be able to see the circle of the entrance, pitch black, but it outlined where you were, but it's very... Yeah, it's very shitty now. You're meant to be in, like, the abyss. And it was an underwater raid. And now you can't see anything. Oh my god. It's so dark. It's so fucking dark. Okay. I'm gonna put torches in here for the sake of it. Like, in the water again. I think the whole purpose of this was that it was meant to be quite trippy. And, going in and out of water, that makes no sense, like, just through walls of water and whatnot. Every block placed by hand, by the way, because no commands. At least my skin kind of works for this. And then, I think with this... You just go up. Yeah. We are going up right now, yeah. And then you would end up here. And there's kind of like these skeletal hands ripping open this... It's just a goatsy, isn't it, really? Yeah, just ripping open a hole in the ground. And that was like pre-aquatic update because we didn't get it back then. So it was very linear and I don't know. It was what it was. It is what it is. So the second raid is over here somewhere. It should be... It's over here, I know it is. Because we've seen it not too long ago. Unless I'm about to make a fool out of myself. This is like 7-year-old memory, so if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. No. Okay. I know it is somewhere nearby, I know that. There it is. There we go. I wasn't entirely wrong. So this is the entrance to the second raid, the Hell's Gambit raid. Let's see if it even puts me in the right place. It did. This one I don't remember. I mean, none of the raids are too long. I think the last one is the longest one. By a long stretch. Again, lava makes no sense because you've got gap holes quite often. But, yeah. Jumping down. Slime blocks. I'm gonna crouch for the sake of not bouncing. And then there was like these bridges, and... Oh, that's fucking... Right, I'm gonna explain why this is like... heartwarming for me. This was an enemy that was placed during a raid. And there's probably more down here somewhere, maybe in the lava, that I've gotten knocked off. There's one. So these were enemies that got placed down for an actual raid attempt that people rather died to or just ran past after enough had been killed, and they were just sitting here. To this day, they're just basically frozen in time. You know, if you didn't play the world, it's like, yeah, whatever, but like, I don't know. You can understand. It's just cool. Little bit of a parkour thing going on. And then... that was the end. I think the things that made the raids last was just, like, the amount of enemies. And if it was a beefy raid, like, just the pure strength and the health of the enemies. Like, this is easily, like, a 20-minute thing. 15 to 20 minutes, I'd say. I mean, and that's the raid. Where am I? I might need to go and survival and just drop to the floor. Yeah, let's just do that to speed things up. Wee. Oh my god! Killed by my own creation. Oh my god, alright. Oh my god. I'm getting spawn killed. This is like justice for like all the times I've killed people. Go away. Leave me be. Oh shit. See? No! It backs me out the chat menu. Alright, 1 second. I'll do it the hard way. Or, I guess the easy way. Calling me a noob. Yeah. You're an Ømen noob. You can't play Ømen. What are you talking about? Right, so that was 4 out of the 6 raids. So... 6... So 5 and 6. Let me remember where they are. So what are they called? Dark Memories raid. Right, so I've shown this one, this one, this one, and this one. Dark Memories raid. I know where this one is. Dark Memories. You know what? This might be lost content. I have no idea. Dark memories. Oh, God, I'm trying to think. I really don't know. Dark memories, red. I'm actually clueless. I really don't I really don't remember, and I don't think I've got the coordinates written down anywhere either. The thing is, I would always keep the content on the map. I remember. It was in like a desert. It was like a there it is. And there's the other one, so they're pretty close by. What the fuck is that? Strange. And there's a circle. Okay. Don't know why. But yeah. So, dark memories. I don't think archaeology counts as dark memories, but yeah. Okay, so you'd start here. And the sign's blank. Okay, so some signs just don't retain their data. That's strange. And this is a raid. Oh, God. And it's like, just dug out trenches of like, bones being found, and this like, dark stone. Fun fact, by the way, this texture pack, those black bricks aren't deep slate or anything, that is end stone brick, and that's just how it looks in this texture pack. Oh, okay, so they unearthed some sort of like temple type thing. Okay, it makes a little bit more sense now. And I think that's the end. You drop down here for some reason. Yeah, so the rewards would be in that room, and then... Okay. And that's a raid. That's an Ømen 1 raid. So now, we're gonna go over here. And this is the final raid for Ømen 1. Got to go, thanks for the stream. Anytime, tubes. Thank you for watching. I'm going to continue my little nostalgia trip. The full thing will be on YouTube, if you ever want to check in on that. If you're curious. This is like a container. So while I was getting things ready, I would lock people in these, and you'd be in this until I broke it out. And you'd be like, okay, raid time, go. Brr. Be back for lurk in a few. Alright. See you then. Age of Ømen raid. 30 raid coins, yeah. So this is like... This is the longest raid in the entire thing. You fight through this entire place. And then you get into the end. Like, that in itself is like an Ømen 1 raid. I could have stopped there, but then I went, nope. We go to the end. And this is... broken. Okay, strange. What used to happen is you would spawn over here. In that chamber. This end music is very strange. The Ender Dragon's dead. Already. Why is the XP there? There's two end things. Strange. And then this would lead to a end city portal. Which again is broken. And you would end up here. These weren't here. Back in the day, there was only one end island. So this was the only thing in the void. All of this didn't exist back then. And you're just in this giant graveyard with giant rib cages, I guess, like fossils or whatever. Big ass grave. Very Berserk-esque. I didn't even know what Berserk was back then, but you know, whatever. Great minds think alike. And here's the bridge. Survive till the bridge rises. And look at this. Ancient drops. Been sitting here forever. Right. And then I would flick this. Still works. So people will be like, alright, run across. And there's like magma. I'm gonna skip this part, but like, you would run through the corridors all the way around till you got to that side behind the bars. Spiral staircase. Blocked off exit. Do the same again. And then these rooftop, like, I don't know, like, these top parts, these walls, gradually got more and more dangerous each side you went along. Also, I think this is corrupted, like, purely corrupted, because look at that. That wasn't like that before. It's, like, deleted all the purple brick and stuff. That's weird. And then you would drop down to the middle. And this is what the old arenas used to be like, is a drop-down thing in the middle. After you were done, to get your loot. And, yeah, that was the raid. I think you would fight like a couple of withers in here and jump down. Your rewards would be here, and then you just had to jump down. Don't know why that's there, that's interesting. I'm not going to complain though, because it's going to get me out. Yeah, that was never there before. Basically, because keep inventory used to be... Well, not used to be. Because keep inventory was a thing in this world, you would just jump down, die, and go home. But, yeah, that would pretty much be it, I guess, for Ømen 1. So, Ømen 2 is next, obviously. And we're gonna go load that one up. But before we do go, I'm gonna show you this before we leave, because I did mention it earlier. The diamond smeltery just didn't exist. You can't melt down... Here's like... Okay, so here's a fun factoid. You can melt down iron and golden armor in a furnace. You get nuggets in return. So if I place... I'll get some boots. I place it in here. That will smelt down into gold nuggets. Just one, by the way. Only one. Okay, well. I don't know why nothing showed up, but yeah, anyway. It's meant to be a nugget. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. There's a fucking... There you go. Gold nugget. It's all automated. And, yeah, people would stockpile the loot from the dead enemies in shulker boxes. Like, people would literally spend about 5 minutes scavenging all the armor on the floor after the arena fights and melt it down here after the match. I don't know why. I didn't think materials were that scarce, but people did that. I don't know why. The more I think about it, the more it makes no sense. But people did. But the diamond one makes sense. That was a custom service, though. That's not something that you can do in the game. I would use, like, prismarine shards as, like, nuggets of diamonds, which makes no sense. I would use these. And if someone gave me 9, I'd be like, okay, so here's some diamonds. But yeah, let's move on to Ømen 2. And you're gonna see a drastic shift, like a huge, huge shift in the content quality and just everything. So, the Greek mythology pack, we're still using that here. I'm going to turn around because you're not ready for this. Before I say, or before I show, this view, I think, still competes for, like, the best, just, like, landscape, I think. Just the best castle presence, I think, I would say. Okay. So this would be familiar to Tubes. Tubes joined in this world. Like this is his first Ømen world, is Ømen 2. And everyone has a gravestone. Some graves might be unmarked. I don't know why. But yeah, I don't know why. Like, JG Slug. I don't think they're stuck around for too long. Pardon me. Slug's house. So he took over this house, which it wasn't his house to begin with, but I think I gave it to him eventually because the other person quit. It's Mr. Flux. Knew that person in real life. Arc Madness knew that person in real life. Who? Exim Gay. Oh, okay, never mind. It just says I'm gay. Okay. What a name. Some gravestones are in very weird spots. I know that, yeah, there's 2 up here. Red Robin TDK. Stitchbook Worm. Knew her in real life too. Red Robin TDK. That sounds familiar as well. It's Wooshi. This guy is a mystery. This guy was really into Ømen. He was like on the level of Chris and Convict and everyone else who was stuck around all these years. He was super into Ømen. Like, he really understood the whole thing of preparing himself for raids and being geared out. And just stuff like that. He was very invested in it. And then out of nowhere, he just went really quiet, and we... well, I tried to get back in contact with him, and he came back one day, and he's like, yeah, something about his roommate did something like a crime. He did something. And... like, I don't know. I think I messaged him a while back while I was making Ømen 5. Just to check in, like, do you want to join the Discord? Because Ømen 5 is being made. Don't know if you remember me, but like... blah blah blah. Haven't gotten a response. You know what? Actually, wait, let me go see how you spell his gamer tag. I'm gonna go see if he's active these days. Wanna trade pick for pick? What the fuck? What are you talking about, Tubes? It's Wooshi. Alright, one sec. It's Wooshi. He still exists. Same gamer picture. The old 360 panda pic. Last seen 34 days ago. Yeah, so he's not very active anymore. He was a good guy. I had like no complaints about him. This is a solid fucking human being. He was just enjoyable to be around. He's nice. Good guy. Strike O. I vaguely remember that guy. Shadow Squad. That was a friend of a friend, I think. Dwarven Orc King. Bootleg Emperor. I remember this guy sticking around for a while. I swear I do. These two guys were friends, I remember that. Just seen the lights flicker. What's this? Arena. Spawn Castle, yep. In case you couldn't see it. Paul Harper, 1999. That was someone I knew in real life. We were like best friends during school, and then just fell out eventually, I guess. There's Tooch, with his name change at that point in time. There's the arena swords with Into the End. I think I made it so you can go and fight the dragon. Free of charge, like just jump in, go fight him. If you need XP, go fight the dragon, if you really want to. Right, so in terms of arena differences, as well as the normal games, we now have the enchanted games, which are self-explanatory, I would say. So it's like a standard game, but like, yeah, they have enchanted swords and like armor and stuff. So, yeah, I think how they were enchanted is like they've all got like low level enchantments, so depending on the difficulty of game, I put more books around the enchantment table and made the enchantments harder. But all the enchantments in general were completely random, I think. And then also we have 3 god games, so instead of just one, we've got 3 differently themed ones. So this was like the Undying game, Undying god game, Withered god game, and then Metal Breaker god game. So with this one, the enemies have like maxed out gear, but have axes, and if you don't know, axes break armor faster than swords do. So that was the whole gimmick. Wither, that's quite explanatory, I'd say. It's just got the Wither boss with a bunch of maxed out Wither skeleton enemies. And then the Undying is the enemies don't have weapons, but they do have totems. And I think because of this being the Legacy Edition, I gave the totems sharpness and whatnot. So they actually, I mean, they did do damage, but, you know, you kill them, the totem works. So the zombie has more health. So they just take longer to kill, essentially. But yeah, that's the main difference, is like just a bunch more game modes. And then on top of that, we have the Arena tier books, which I hope still are readable. Yep. So this is how they would work, is that you get given a set amount of Arena games to do. Various difficulties that would scale up, and then you get a bunch of rewards. And there's like a trophy involved and stuff like that. And then that goes all the way to 10, so tier 10, by the time you're done, is 5 of each god game by the looks of it. And the rewards is the tier 10 trophy, a skeleton horse that you'll have infinite respawns on. I think these days on Ømen 5, the horse is invincible, I think. Something like that. It's like an undying horse. And it's also faster than normal horses, I think, as well. Because we have commands now, so I could do more. And then the mastery tiers are above the standard tiers. And tier 10 is... God, what is this? 5 of each god game, I think. Oh no, 5 Wither games plus Undying... Okay, so it's a mashup of all the god games. With also Poison and Harming and Weakness and Slowness and Fatigue. So it's kind of... It's steep. It's a tough ask. But yeah, let's see what arenas we've got. Oh, that's funny. There's just one that doesn't have an arena. Wait, 2? It's missing 2 arena. Really? Okay. I don't remember that. Glass roof to get the snow out, I guess. Oh, this... So this arena is kind of like an evolution of that first... you know, the other one with the soul sand in it and stuff in Ømen 1. This arena comes back quite a lot in the next couple Ømen worlds. It's a decent one. I don't think this one's in Ømen 5. I might be wrong. Pretty sure it's not. But yeah, this stuck around for I think up until Ømen 4. This one's a classic as well. This one stuck around for a while. It's meant to be like a prison, I think. Or an asylum or something. Death drops in the middle. This arena doesn't come back in Ømen 5. It comes back in other Ømen worlds, but I did make a reference to this in Ømen 5. I think I copied this design, not block for block. I think I made it better than this. But it's in the first raid in Ømen 5. It's like featured. It's like a throwback for anyone who remembers from back in the day. This is another fan favorite, I would say. This one came back at I think in Ømen 4. Pretty solid arena. People really like this one. I think it was in Ømen 4 you got to pick which arena you went into. And yeah, someone who was playing would always pick that one. This one does not come back at all. Very vertical, yeah. I serve with good men here, says Tubes. It's true. Yeah, I don't remember this one. What's this? Oh, I remember. This one does make a comeback, I think, in Ømen 4 as well, or 3. Not in the same style. Not that I know what the style's meant to be. But yeah, that one comes back. Empty arena, that's funny. And look what it is. It's the fucking jungle temple. I shit you not, this arena is in every Ømen world. You're gonna see this thing 3 more times. In different, like, slightly different variations, but it's about the same every time. And then there's this one in the middle. Don't know what this one was meant to be. Very, there's not a lot going on. It's a very, landscapey. Not much else. It's a remnant biome. One of my, like, story things. But that's the arena. I didn't know there was 2 missing. That's fucking, yeah. Don't remember that. Let's go check out the castle, though. I remember this castle being pretty cool. I remember just like the view in general of this castle. Very imposing, especially if you're down in this valley. The reason the generation in this world is so cool as well is because I selected the Amplified Worlds option, which isn't in Bedrock to this day still, by the way. And people kind of disliked this this change, like the Amplified Worlds. And this is why there's pathways and bridges everywhere in this world, because it's very hard to traverse. So you'll see a lot of roads. Which worked out quite nicely because it feels very connected. It's very nice. This is not a thing I made. This is Chris's house. This is connected to that too. This is Chris's house. This. But let's check out the castle. The roof is a lot lower than I remember it being. A world of jumping, yeah. Up until you got the elytra, which is a... What was that? What was the elytra lock behind? I think it was like lock behind prestige. So this was meant to be like the factions or whatever. Very cool banners though. They're like glowing. This was... Yeah, each faction has a... like a... Okay, again, if you've ever played Dark Souls, there's factions in Dark Souls, or covenants, or whatever. And each covenant has a altar, or an NPC, or something you would offer, like, tribute to. So, the idea was that whatever it was, that's just extra. What's the point in that? So this one's called The Faith of the Remnants, or The Faith of the Remains. The Faith of the Remains are aware that the remnants were once, just like us, heroic warriors fighting for a better tomorrow. The Faith believes that once a remnant is defeated, the soul of the warrior is released, and is then free, allowing it to rest in peace. This puts the Faith in a somewhat outcast position amongst the other factions, as they do not understand why a remnant deserves any sort of kind gesture, even as to view killing them as an act of kindness and not revenge. The Faith still believe in the goal of defeating the remnant regime, but they also believe that they are due some amount of respect. Free the souls and the regime. So that's like story-related stuff, which I'm not going to really get into yet. But the other factions have their own cause, I guess. Centered around the story and what they believe. But I think I added this in very late into Omen 2's life cycle, so it wasn't there from the start. Omen worlds normally evolve during their life cycle, like things get added. Lucy built a casino. This is very random. I don't know if these machines even work anymore, but we'll see. Get 4 emeralds to win, do not spam. Okay, so you need to put emeralds in. Oh my god, the tabs are even broken in this texture pack now, that's strange. So you put your money in, and then you click the button. It does work, oh my god. So you need 4 emeralds to win. Got 2. I got 3. Every click of the button, by the way, you're losing money. It's in the thing, it's gone anyway. But you're losing money every click. I don't even know why this is in the castle. It's so random. Someone's won 3 times. That's what the light meant. Is that there was a reward in the box. Oh, that was an apple. Fuck. Oh, free again. It's like that meme, like, let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Yeah, I'm not having good luck. Oh, never mind. Yay! Every gambler quits before making it big. Land on the green to win. Throw 1 emerald in the hopper. It's just such a random thing. It's not very Omen at all. I just think... Oh, it doesn't work anymore. Oh, that's a shame. It would like go doodle doodle doodle, and then if you land in the middle, you get a reward. But I guess that's broken now. 1 emerald per turn. There's already emeralds in. Do not mine the shulkers. Oh, okay. feel like that's meant to have something in it. Brown again. It might be broke. It's meant to randomize between the shulkers. Oh no, it does. So I just got a shulker of coal. Pink. Oh, food. Raw pork chop. So this one does work still. I think the presentation used to be a lot nicer though. It seems a bit like it's broken a bit. Green. Hey! Emeralds. Emeralds were the currency, I think, up until about Ømen 4. So that's what that is. Try one more. Nah, I just got... I think there's meant to be dirt in here, but it's not showing up. But yeah, what's this? These are just like basic slot machines, I think. So you just put some emeralds in and then... No, it doesn't make sense because you're putting emeralds in the dispenser. That's weird, so what? Place money in the dispenser and click button. That doesn't make any sense though. Right? I don't think that's even doing anything now. This one might be broken. Try this one. No, I guess these ones don't work anymore. There's nothing in the dispensers. Maybe that's the data didn't transfer over from the Legacy Edition. So maybe it would work if there was things in there, but I don't know what the rewards are meant to be. Anyway. This part of the castle... I remember the castle went through a pretty big revamp. This room used to be very small. You would go up the stairs, and then at the top it was like, there's a side for the strikes, a side for the raids. If this is the world I'm thinking about, it might not be. Lots of random things to explore. An enchanting room. Fucked up ceilings. A villager market for some reason. I don't know if the trades are any good. I remember there was one villager with like a very good sword. No, I think that might have reset. I don't know. I remember at one point there was like a villager with like a diamond sword and it had a bunch of enchantments on it. It was very, very cool. Right, so this is the raid side. So this is where my memory might fail me on trying to show off all these activities because there's 12 things I need to remember where they are. And it might not happen. But I won't get around to that until the end. So, my god room is here. It's very framey. Very framey because of all these, well, item frames. The room itself is framey. So there's a lot more going on this time round. So here are my bosses and stuff. Remnants. Frost Adventurer, Dragon Cultist. Tons of things. Unholy construction worker. All the prestige rewards. Arena tier rewards. Faction type things. Event enemies. Like, what is this? Dungeon rewards as well. Like, Ømen 2, I would say from Ømen 1, stepped it up quite a lot in terms of just what is in the world. I have a map board. I should have a map board. Pretty sure there was a map here. No? Interesting. What's this? The Ømen Handbook. Okay. 50 pages! We're not reading all of this, by the way. Yeah, so from Omen 1, there's different things like strike missions, dungeons, remnant events. Currency has been listed in the book this time. Death penalty, which is... I don't remember that. And I've specifically asked people to turn off clouds, apparently. And turn off game messages. Because that would tell people if I had switched into creative or not, I think. Or survival, for like a quest. Ooh, I even put story in the book. Let's see what the story was at this point in time. The story of Ømen is set in a post-invasion of the remnant regime. Once a strong kingdom, now a shattered ruin, you have risen from the grave to take back the land and fight off the remnant regime. Throughout the strikes and raids, you will be given additional books with more information on what you're doing and why you're doing it. Well, that's not really telling me the whole story. It makes you curious, though, I guess. Custom enemies, yep. So let's look for what's new from Omen 1. Strike missions. So from the arena, your next step would be to take on the strike missions. These are required to be completed before taking on the raid before it. So it would be like strike 1, raid 1, strike 2, raid 2. Let's see. Dungeons. Dungeons are scattered across all of the mainland, and the mainland is a term for the main map. So the central map. Dungeons exist in three forms, so like easy, medium, and hard. And there's 6 of each, so there's 18 in total. Dungeons can only be looted once every 24 hours, apparently. So I think when I used to run this world, I would like do a dungeon. And it's like, you can get on every day if you want. Or whenever I'm online. And you can do a dungeon once per session. I think was the rule. And that's not a bad idea, actually. For Omen 5. Because I think Omen 5 is going to run into an issue of, like, ticking areas. I don't have enough ticking areas to contain all the dungeons to make them automated. So, if I run them manually, once a day is not a bad rule to bring back. My voice, my voice is cracking because my throat is so dry. I'm gonna, it's a long yap session. It's a long stream. And then what else is new is the events. So, I won't read the book for this because I remember this. I remember this. Prestige, prestige, prestige. Ooh, let me see this. So the death penalty, whenever you die whilst playing a strike mission, the price of that strike will increase by 5 strike coins. The penalty can be applied basically a total of 3 times. It's not a bad idea. Because the thing is, people play the arena a lot, and they'll stack up on raid coins and strike coins quite a lot, so it's a good way to eat into their stock of those coins to create risk. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, I've got like 100 of them, who gives a shit? The first raid costs 6 coins, like, I don't care if I die, like... So it's not a bad thing. But yeah, so there's like 3 events. There's one where it's like a meteor, like a meteorite or whatever, something like that. And it's over that way somewhere. And you like break inside it and there's like a ton of silverfish at the top, but you need to mine up to the silverfish because you're breaking through lots of valuable ore. And then, you know, because you want the thing at the top, which is likely a diamond or whatever, like, you're gonna unleash all these silverfish, and it's like, they're meant to be like alien parasites or something, I don't know, something like that. Something cool, outer space meteorite bugs. I think they were endermites, actually. Yeah, so let's look around at people's houses and whatnot. And some more names. I like names. Do not remember that guy. That name is kind of familiar. Beats? Beats? He was like a Scottish guy. He lived over there. That's his house over there. Are you a streamer looking to ban another user? Yes, there you go. There's the ban. Enjoy. Right. Where's a spyglass at? Spyglass. I'm on the wrong tab. Yep, so that's his house over there. Scottish guy. He was fine. There he is! Delete! Delete 98. That's the guy. The guy who took caffeine pills to continue playing because he was too addicted to sleep. Is his gamertag still the same? It is. Oh, wow. Last seen 86 days ago on Hulu. Yeah. This whole gravestone thing needs to come back as well. I think I'm pretty sure I kept up with this, like, kind of tradition in all the future worlds. Maybe I didn't, I don't know. This is Convict's house. There's a villager. But yeah, there he is. That's the guy. Convict. I didn't spell his gamertag correctly with all the numbers and stuff because it gives me a seizure. Gizmo. Gizmo was, one of Chris's friends. I remember. And then I've looked at these gravestones. But yeah, let's check out Convict's house. 25 emeralds per book. This used to say the fucking library back in the days when Minecraft let you have some fun. On signs. The Ømen handbook, there's the book. That's an iron door. Animals, what's that? I need to know, what is this? The Book of Yeet. Oh my fucking god, I remember this. Yeet. Yeet, 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 yeet. More yeet. Yeeting. Yeetiful yeet. 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 Yee. Yeeter. Yeetington. Yeeter teeter. Yeet. Yeetington. Yeetageddon. Yee. What the fuck? Yeet in Japanese. Yeet University. Yeety man. Yee. Yeet my child. Or what the fuck? These kind of silly things, like... Oh. Sacred Flower of the Gods, Convict's house. Is that in here somewhere? There's a cake in his mouth. There's cakes in the village's mouth. Ah. There's things in here. Yeah, there is. You remember more than me about that specific thing, because I don't remember. Bunch of things in this. He's made that so well. I'm sure I didn't make this. That's so good. Right, let's check upstairs first. Villager farm. Convict, until I banned villager farms, he would always have a villager farm. Every time. Oh, you were right! Sacred Flower of the Sky fanatics. I mean, you weren't dead on, but yeah, you were fucking right. That's cool. I love how that's lived in your head as well, Tubes. That's core memory. Praise be. Faction coin. So these, I'm pretty sure... No, maybe that's Ømen 1, I don't know. I think I used to enchant them and give them names of something. Yeah, that's Convict's house. I mean, he has a basement too. We should go check the basement. This is his trophy room. Sunken Hounds. Sea Hell. I think that is meant to be Conquer Hell, but it was too long. Lost World. Stolen Sail. Disturbed Rest. And then I guess he didn't fucking do the last one. That's crazy. Earth's Ascension. Yeah, he didn't do the 6th set. There's content in this world Convict did not see. That's crazy, actually. He got to Arena Tier 8. And he did Phantom Tier 1. And he was a developer, so that means he helped build the world at some point. And his potion machine. Again. I can't believe those still work, it's so good. And then, Chris's house. This is... I don't know, actually, it's a tough call. It's one of my favourite houses Chris has made, I would say. It was very... I don't even know how to say it. I don't know. What's this? Ømen 2 and the Missing Stew. Yeah, alright, so the story behind that is Stu from the first world. One day he was at the arena in this world. I dropped an anvil on his head and it somehow broke his helmet. Or it got it down to such a low durability that it pissed him off and he said, I'm not playing this anymore because, like, why are you fucking with me in that way? And that was the day I learned a lesson of, like, yeah, maybe don't do stuff like that. But he called it quits because I did that and I was like, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, Chris did fucking everything by the looks of it. Not, God, prestige, free. So Chris did all of the strikes and all the raids, 3 times. Yeah. So the raids are called the Crumbling Regime, Remnant Crypt, Unholy Reconstruction, Royal Depths, The Last Ember, Earth's Ascension. Yeah, so these are enchanted items which, again, you can't make them on Bedrock, so cool little trinkets like this just can't exist. Isn't Bedrock just so fun and so much better? He completed all of the arena tiers, and I guess the mastery tiers were very recent towards the end, because he didn't do any. I refuse to believe he got to prestige free and didn't do any mastery. Yeah, so they must have been, like, added really late into Ømen 2's life cycle, I would imagine. Another automated storage that, was never finished. I think, yeah. Oh no, I think this is a manual storage. I can't see any redstone. Unless... Nope, it's manual. Okay. There's like an auto smelter there. Is there a basement? What the fuck is this? Like a whole biome underneath. I have no idea what he was doing with this. I do not remember this. Long time ago. Lots of materials. Pretty sure it's meant to be a beacon. Oh. Does this block it now? Is that what it is? No. I don't know. There's normally a beacon beam coming out of this. And I don't think end rods block beacon beams, so... And there's nothing in the way here. I don't know. But yeah, that's Chris's house, and he's got this little mine shaft type thing. This is still one of my favorite like additions to like a piece of like the landscape. Like just, I think working your structures into the land always looks a lot nicer than flattening it out and building on top of it. Like the castle itself is very built in. Like if it hits the surface, it goes in. If it doesn't, it keeps going. That's a dungeon. It's one of the dungeons. He's got the mob farm. The mob farm. He does. Wasn't it like? Is it here? What's this? No, it's just someone's grave. It was around here somewhere, I swear to God. Is that in here? Like on the way down? I think I remember something being on the way down. Is this it? No. On his stairs to the Y12. You remember this? Oh my God. That makes me so happy that you remember like little things like that. Drakens. Just a bunch of dogs. Yeah, oh my God, yeah. Wow. This is all we do 2000. It's not wrong. Spent a lot of time. He would literally go and do things like in real life, and he would leave himself AFK next to this. And then skeletons would fall down, which for some reason they're not right now. I don't think it's on peaceful, but I don't know. Is that a minecart? Is this yours, Tubes? This is yours, isn't it? Watch. It's gonna be yours. No! No! What the fuck? Oh, I'll fly. It's fine. This is gonna lead to Tubes' house, I guarantee it. This is painful. Where's the minecart? It's not coming. I'll get a minecart. No, don't go down. God. There we go. Yeah, this leading to your house, Tubes, is a pretty safe bet, I think. Where the fuck is this? It's like a... Oh? Wait, where's this? What? No, this is, This is Liv's house, I think. Where is this? Wait, what? No. Actually, I don't remember whose house this is. I have no idea. Do you remember, Tubes? Whose house was this? I thought it was Beats, but Beats lived over here in this, like, farming compound type area. Do not... That's cool. Yeah, Beats. I'm gonna see if he still has that gamer tag. Beats VI22. He doesn't. Maybe it's VL. It's not. He changed his gamer tag. Oh. Gone forever. I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea who. I have no idea whose house that is, but he had a mine rail leading to Chris's fucking like spawners. I have no idea. Lived out, lived here. Raid room. What? I guess that was like a plan at some point. Because lived used to live over here in like a giant castle thing, and it was a stupid and like it went on too long, and he kept making basements filled with farms. Like, yeah, look. And he would make multiple levels of these because he didn't know what else to do. He would keep making multiple floors of farms for no fucking reason. There's another dungeon. Just down there. And I didn't show what dungeons look like, I don't think. They're all different, they've all got different layouts, but yeah, this one would have like skeletons up here, I think. Shooting down at you. Natural light as well, no torches. Until this. And then rewards. Cute little fireworks. And then work your way back. Ømen 2, I think Ømen has like a nice legacy vibe to it up until about Ømen 3. Ømen 4 got very carried away with commands, I think. And we'll get to that. Tubes' house is around this corner, around the other side of the castle. The render distance just makes things feel so close together, like, that's the last raid. It's just in viewing distance. I would never do stuff like that. It makes me laugh. It's just funny to me. Yeah, so here's Tubes' house. He went with like a very modern, but wooden looking place. Do you think you would still build like this today, Tubes? Or is this like below your standards now? Shulkers. Ooh. Processed materials. A chest staircase. Tubes did the first... Oh wait, no? What's this? Oh yeah, okay. These banners are really... I'm proud of these banners. They're pretty fucking good. So you did the first 2 raids and the first 2 strikes all together, apparently? That doesn't sound right. I'm sure you... I swear you finished all of the things. Yeah, you did. You just didn't hang them up, I guess. Stolen Sail, Sunken Hounds, I mean, there's no final raid. Oh, maybe he didn't do the last raid, maybe. I'm not much of a building person. So you would say you're at the same level of building. Like, you're happy with it still. Tell you what, I'm not happy with. What the fuck are these? That's not good. That's a raid as well. That's the first raid up there. Ah, pardon me. There is a dungeon down here. Tubes live right on top of a dungeon. This one had like a little bit of a Skyrim-esque puzzle, if you can call it that. Flip 2 levers to open up the door. And then the rewards would be in there. I just got rid of my spyglass. There we go. Like, look at the scale of this castle. By the way, again, no commands existed at this point. This was all block by block. Just stupid amounts of dedication, I think. I couldn't do this today. I couldn't build an Ømen world by hand. There's a lot of, like, manual things that go into it. You can't just command all of Ømen 5. Like, there's a lot of tedious stuff to it, but not on this scale. And this is like the strike selection, I think. Yeah, strike coins. Some houses down here. One's not really finished. Who's this? Not finished. Liv's house. Lived moved around quite a lot. And then this was Madun Dead's. I think Touch changed his name midway through this world, I don't know. And he completed something. He's done that. Oh, no, that's the faction. That's the faction he's in, never mind. A very long... very long pathway. This here is one of the events. This is the Remnant Beacon event. Why is it white? What's this? Why is it just snow? That's not snow. What? White concrete. Yeah, this is like some sort of weird bedrock issue. It's all meant to be black. But yeah, ignore that. So the Remnant Beacon event, how it would work is I would activate a beacon and I would do the end portal sound effect, which, if you don't know, can be heard anywhere. Like, literally anywhere. You can hear it if you're in the Nether. It doesn't matter where you are. So everyone knows when this is activated. And it's like it's a scaling event, so the longer you leave it, the worse it gets. It's like a chaos meter for the world. So if it's on max, if all 4 beacons are lit, it's going to be eternal night, it's like eternal thunderstorm, horrible weather, and it's like eternal nighttime. I think I already said that. And also the enemies that spawn are like very kitted out. The Wither boss is there. I personally have permission to spawn things in your house. It's like we need to deal with this now. Because we're getting fucking toyed with. Another dynamic of it is that... oh, what was it? Oh yeah, another dynamic is that for each beacon you would get a reward box. So if you wanted to cancel the beacons, you would think, yeah, but if I let this scale up a little bit more, maybe to beacon 2 or 3, I'll get 3 boxes of rewards instead of just 1. So it was like a risk and reward type idea. And this event still persists even into Ømen 5. On a much well, not on a much grander scale, but it's a much prettier location. But yeah, this has been a mainstay ever since. Like, Ømen 2 really introduced a lot of the things that still carry on to this day with Ømen. Really annoying when you try to build your house. Says Tubes. Yeah. I remember sometimes people just wouldn't deal with it. If people got annoyed. This is Don's house, I remember this. Convict used to live here. Before he moved over there. And his house was made out of like purple blocks and what's the other one called? Prismarine. It and bone blocks. It looked like a tube of toothpaste, I think I said. It was kind of an eyesore. And I think at one point Convict was gone for a long time, and I thought he'd quit, so I got rid of his house. And then he came back, he's like, oh, where's my fucking house? I was like, oh shit. But yeah, this was Don's house. I don't know why there's... Why is there water there? I don't get that. Okay. Very empty for the most part. Is Don the horse seller? That sounds familiar, yeah. Maybe. Because yeah, I remember in Ømen 2, everyone had like a designated shop item. Yeah, is that a stable? Yeah. Looks about right. Yeah, I think he sold horses. I mean, that's not really a thing anymore, but it was like just a little thing. Like, everyone had like a little item they would sell. Like, Convict was the enchantment book person. Quite OP. Chris was the Fletchers, which is... I think it normally said Mick Fletcher's there or whatever, but I think he was tearing us down eventually. This was his starting house. I remember this as well. This is like the basement to his starting house. It used to be like a little shack, and he turned this into a shop, and then he built this. Trying to think where other houses might be, because there's a lot more than this. Oh, well, oh god, I'm blind. Yeah, maybe this. There's a few gravestones down there too. I don't know if there's a sign anywhere. I think there was. Oh, there we go. Logistic Lima 5. Let's see if he still exists. Logistic Lima 5. Logistic Lima 5. No results. He's changed his name. No, wait, I've made a typo. Wait. Logistic Lima 5. He exists! He's real! He's still around. Oh god, no he's not. I know you can't see this because it's on the Xbox interface, sorry. 110 days ago, last seen. It's just weird. Because it's like, things people build, it's like, it's a part of them. Like, this was in their head. Like, this is something they pictured in their head, and they're like, I'm gonna build this. This looks like, to be honest, this looks like a tutorial house to me. But either way, like, they built this. And now it's like, I wonder what that person's doing now. Because this world was like, I mean, if Ømen 1 was in 2017, this must have been 2018. That's a long time ago. A lot of things can happen in 6 years. Vale Inc. Hummel 34. Whatever. These two guys, I remember these guys. They found my post on the Minecraft forums. No! I just fucking... For some reason it copied and pasted my command into the sign. That's a weird glitch. I'm gonna put his name back. Vale Inc. Let me see if this guy exists. Vale Inc. It's a somewhat nice name, so I don't think he would change it. Yeah, he still exists. His name is Griffin Vale. What a fucking name. If that's his real name, like, what the fuck? It just says offline. And then Hummel34. He might have changed that name. Hummel34. No, he still exists. When was he last online? 88 days ago, playing Fortnite. Consume liquid. I need this. Also, hello. I haven't seen you in a while. The drink I have is not helping. It's like drying my throat out. Like very tart. Might need to go just get some normal water. Get some of the microplastics in my nuts. Right. Yeah, just, I don't know. Like, trying to track down, or, you know, just looking people up, like, old names. It's a trip. And, got this gentleman. There's no way this person has this name anymore. Let me see. There's no way he's kept this. Yeah, okay. That's what I fucking thought. Why would you keep that? Yeah, that account no longer exists under that name. I remember there was another guy over here. No, it was like further back, I think. No? Yeah? There he is. I see it. This guy... Where's his name? He doesn't have a sign anywhere. Oh. He was an older guy. Oh. Nah, materials. No name. Whatever that was meant to be. I don't know what this is. That must be quest related. It must be. Maybe his grave's nearby. He was nice. I remember this guy being quite nice. He was an older guy. And then, I don't know, sometimes you just kind of don't realize when people stop checking in. I'm just trying to like spot a grave. I don't think it's anywhere nearby. You'll have one somewhere. I just don't know where. There's a grave there. It might not be his though. Whose is this? Oh, it's fucking Draken's old game attack. Rotten armor scraps, and it's a broken texture for some reason. Strange. Yeah, that was to represent Chris's armor and stuff from Ømen 1. Like, that's what the raid armor would have on it. And it's like a cool little touch of detail for him. There's another grave here. Who's this? I'm Cloutyful. I remember that name. Let's see if he exists. I like doing these little checkups. I'm Cloutyful. Doesn't exist anymore. Oh. To be fair, I'd probably change that name too. Oh, there's a grave. Maybe this is the one. No, it wasn't him. If the sound cuts out, I've opened up the Xbox interface, by the way, so it's not a technical issue. In case you're wondering. IVV whatever Psycho. No, he's changed his name too. I remember the guy that lived down there. He had quite a... just quite a normal name. for his gamer tag. It wasn't anything like XXX fucking sniper weed 69 XX. It was quite simple. It's weird. I'm literally looking for gravestones of people that might not even exist by the name that's on the gravestone. It's kind of meh. Right. Ooh, there you go, there's one. There's one hiding. Don Turatello. That was Don's original gamer tag when I first met him, yeah. And that's why I call him Don instead of his real name. Hello, Tubes. Welcome back. We're just checking gravestones. Tubes, do you remember... I don't know if he left or whatever was around before or after you joined or whatever. Do you remember this? Because there's no... I can't find a gravestone for this guy, and I feel like if I seen the name I'd remember it, but it's... He's got nothing. My Ømen notes were all written back then. I love that shit too. I love when people would show me their notes. Like, I remember Chris one time, he sent me a picture of, like, all his scribbles. All the things he had noted down for Ømen, like his, tracking his arena progress and... Just... It's probably more heartwarming for me, because I host these worlds, and it's like, the fact that I've bumped into people that care about it enough to keep track of progress and, like, I don't know, it's so fucking, it's so nice. Not to, this is gonna sound so pretentious, but this shit like that is why I still make the worlds. Because if I didn't have anyone to host the worlds for, I wouldn't make them. And I know I've got a bunch of, like, stand by me fucking level, just like friends who want to come back. Ømen 5 will happen eventually, it's just, it's out of my hands right now. Until that bug gets fixed, or until I get a PC, I can't do anything with it, sadly. And it's just how it is. Right, I don't know where any more houses might be. There will be some. This is an event. This is the Sanctuary, I think it was called. It's like a multi-stage, like... I would say a puzzle, but it's not really a puzzle. You would get 2 enemies that would spawn here holding redstone blocks. You place them in here, and here. This unlocks the door. Hello, Amy. Good morning. You would head up here. Oh, there's an enemy there, left over from God knows how long ago. And then in this room here is identical to that one over there. It has, and they would have Eyes of Ender, and you would place them in these. Like, these have probably been here for years as well. And then the rewards would be here, and I'd put the rewards in there. I think this event made a comeback in Ømen 3 as well. I'm gonna try and scout out some more houses before we move on to looking at the content of the world. Because that's a strike, I think, a strike entrance, which is... It's like a crumbled castle out into the ocean, it's pretty cool. Somehow Mojang keep finding ways to mess up the text box on console. Yeah, one comment I've seen, because I have email alerts for comments on the bug issue. I have the bug report bookmarked on my laptop. I created one of the issues myself, one of the bug reports. Everything, if I ever see an update for it, I'll check in. I'll read it, see what's going on. There's like the start of a house, but doesn't look like anything. And then there's like a little glass greenhouse thing. I don't know how I didn't see that earlier. But yeah, the bug that's been the bug that stopped me from working on Ømen 5, it's been around for over 2 years now, which is really hard to believe, but it's true. It's been that long. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a silver lining, like, by the time I can work on it again, maybe the updates that have been added to Minecraft since then might add enough things for me to be like, yeah, it was worth. It was worth the wait. Because we've got the breeze now. Bunch of different things, mechanics-wise, that I can do with that. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's the meteor event I mentioned earlier. Did this time have treasure maps? No, it didn't. Because that came with the aquatic update, didn't it? And at this point in time, we were on the Xbox One edition, and we didn't have that update then. So, I don't think so. I see a house. No one lives in this. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's a mine. Signs that have lost their data. No one lived in... Wait, what? Just a shit ton of furnaces for some reason. I don't know whose house this was. I do know that one of the factions have their little altar up here, though. This is one of them. It's meant to be like a creepy head. I think I've... That's still pretty creepy, actually. Yeah, and you would put your faction coins in these. And I think it was like, whichever faction at the end of the week had the most faction coins in their, like, altar chest, won. And I don't know what they won. Who is this? Rainmaker122. Let's see if he exists, though. Rainmaker122. He does? Jesus. Walker Huey, what a name. Last seen online 214 days ago. Playing Minecraft. Well, yeah. Something kind of interesting about the graves as well is that there was like a different... I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's like people would do different things. Some people would dig out of the grave. Because when you start in the Ømen world, this is what it's like. Well, it's a bit more dark here. It's just this. And you're standing on a chest, so that's your coffin, and then you'd get your gear out the coffin. And you'd be like, right, well, I'm underground, so I'm gonna dig. And then they would get out. Some people would bury the grave like that, and I always found that quite interesting. And I don't know what that would mean, or whatever, but I just thought it was quite interesting, because it's your grave, so it's like, I don't know, is it like a subconscious thing, or is it might just not be that deep. I just found it interesting. Some people don't care and just jump out of it and don't bother to fix it up. Some people decorate their own graves, which is an even deeper level of like, wonder why. The thing is as well, I don't keep houses around from people that stopped playing. I had a really bad habit of deleting people's houses. If they quit, that was it. I was like, alright, well, I guess he's gone, and I'd get rid of it. There's more graves. Oh, look, Tubes! It's your grave! See, so what you did, you came out to the side. So this is how it looked for you. You were just like in here like this. And it's like, oh. And then that was like your first introduction. There's another grave here. Maybe this is the guy. Band-Aid boy. No, that's not him. Shout out Tubes. Band-Aid boy, he was in Ømen 2 as well. I wonder if he's still around as well. Band-Aid boy. That's all one word. Alright, Band-Aid boy. No results. So he's changed his name. I don't get why, it's not that bad of a name. Right, let me see if I remember this. Yeah, you fucker. Because I was about to say, I remember this having something inside of it. That's weird, just like a portal inside. All these memories are flooding back to me. Yeah, I guess I'll never find out what that guy's name was. Unless I spot a grave that I've passed over. But anyways. As far as houses go, I think that's it. I remember there being a bit more. There's a crackle. Oh, I'll fix it one sec. Is it gone? Is it all fixed? Good. Alright, nice. Yeah, for some reason, the only way to fix that is to go to the home screen and go back on the game. I don't understand, but that's how it goes. Oh wait, there's a grave. Who's this? Ah, it's fucking Lucy. Anyway, this is the other faction. The Remains, I think it was. This is their altar. It's just weird, because it's like... That is the final raid. That is the 6th raid. And it's like, yeah, use it as a backdrop for this. Just this endgame piece of content, you can walk to it. Just come visit, why not? So silly. Like, look, I tried to cover it up as well. Like, no one was going to walk over here. Like, but no one ever did, though. That's the thing. It's odd. I'm trying to find the cherry blossom biome. Oh, are you on the realm? Right, so... Let me try and find all 12 pieces of endgame content. I'll try and find them all. Pretty sure I had a map. A wall map. At one point. Apparently not. Maybe I'm just thinking about something else. Maybe... Story backup. I have storybook backups. What's this? Fireworks. A smacky stick. You can't make those anymore. Book of Yeet. I have duplicates of them, apparently. Yeah, arena books. I'm probably I think I'm confusing Omen 2 with Omen 3, because, yeah. Yeah, I have absolutely no map or anything. Okay. Well, I'll just go from memory, and then if I can't find one of them, we'll see if my brain can dredge up possibly where it could be. And it's going to be out of order, but I know this is the first one, so I'll go with this. So, the first strike for Omen 2 is down there. So you start here, and make your way through the ruins around to this crater where the temple is supposed to have, like, risen from. And then you just kind of go through it like this. Even though these are, like, simplistic as fuck, it's, they're very fun memories. It's very, like the good old days. Before perfectionism really dug its claws into my fucking, my brain. I bought my first item from the marketplace, Vein Miner. Yeah, I got a few recently. In total, I have, like, Tinker's Construct, I have... yeah, Tinker's Construct, I have... It's like Functions or something like that, or Utilities, which has a bunch of, like, things like Vein Miner and Tree Capitator and a few more things that are pretty cool. I got the Wildlife expansion one, because it adds ducks mainly, but a lot of other cool animals, like hamsters and hamster cages and stuff. Minecraft is surprisingly way more fun with a lot more animals and things to collect, and I don't know, it's cute. Like, I dedicated a whole duck pond build just because I have ducks in the game with that add-on. I can't think of the other ones. I got a backpack add-on, which is pretty good. The one where you hold a torch and it lights up around you as you move around and stuff. Just good ones. Just none of the silly ones. Have I showed the new Omen that will be coming out? No, not yet. That'll be at the end. I'm going through all, like, all of them in order, so I'm on Omen 2 right now. And then this would be the raid. It's like an evolution of the first one, in Omen 1. So, like, similar themes, bridges and whatnot. A lot of the raids you'll see even in the next world, everything just evolves. And if you keep that in mind, you'll recognize what I mean. This one was always really hectic, because mobs would jump down from here onto the floor with, like, swiftness, and you'd get a mad rush and pushed back, or get pushed out the edge of the building. But yeah, you would travel up here. Just do a quick fly through. Even here, like, they would jump down from here onto the bridge. It's, like, scary. It was really cool. And then your rewards would be here. And that's the first raid and strike. The second is over here. I'm starting to remember a few things. I don't have my spyglass. There it is. So, the second strike... So, well, strikes didn't exist in Omen 1. They're like a prerequisite to do the corresponding raid, like I explained earlier. So, strike 1, raid 1. You know what I mean? And this whole thing of ships, you'll be surprised how this just stuck. It is stayed. It's a continuous thing. These like designs and designs similar to it have not left. This is like a permanent mainstay of Ømen. These like never ships. Because this is never brick, it's just blue in this texture pack. For some reason. But yeah, you would hop from ship to ship, and you've done that with these bridges, which are meant to be like, you know, suspend your disbelief or whatever. Like, they're not meant to be there, but you're hopping from ship to ship. And you would have to go from different lengths of the ship. On this one, you go from the back. And the entire time, there's like skeletons with punch 2 bows, which Chris will tell you. He's very thankful you can't make them anymore, because for some reason skeletons don't pick up enchanted bows. But you know, back on the good old Legacy Edition, if you gave a skeleton a bow that was better than their current bow, they would pick it up. They don't do that anymore. There's an ancient... What? Napalm Gladiator. Okay. And these things here, these were ghast spawners, so I would place a ghast in these, and I don't know if it'll be the case anymore. But back then, the ghast would stay in this little box. Yeah, not anymore. But back in the good old days. And then you get here, and then this would be the end of the strike. And then here, this is the entrance to the raid. So, at the end of the strike, this would be closed off. But opened up when the raid began. And we'll go in Nether. This is most likely going to end up with me needing to just... KYS. It's a different place. Someone's house. Someone's Nether portal got linked to the raid one, that's funny. Never used to. But what you're meant to see when you load in is this. So you're probably noticing again, similar theme to the second raid in Ømen 1. Oh, this is... Why is that active? Yeah, this is covered in fire because of the trap at the end that you've seen. It stopped shooting now, though. There would be skeletons in these little tower things, normally. Yeah, so the whole time... Maybe it's just out of... It is. Oh, okay. The whole time when you're trying to cross that bridge, you would have these things shooting fire charges. There we go. Just gonna break in. And if this works still... No. Yeah. There we go. And it would be like this. So you're trying to cross the bridge, and that thing is rapidly firing these things at you. Which is why these things are here, you hide behind these. You can see there's no fire. But, you know, Gapple's kind of made that irrelevant, but it's still cool. I like it. Voice crack, my throat is dry. Is bone dry. Tizer is not a good drink for keeping your throat not cracky. This was cool. I'm not gonna say I came up with this. I remember seeing this years and years and years ago. It's like a Minecraft wallpaper. And it had like ghasts chained to like a Nether ship. But I just thought that looked really cool. I've never done that again since, but it's I don't know. I'm a big fan of that. To this day, I think it's still pretty cool. So as you can see, like, the raids are already much longer. And at this point, a lot of people forgot their elytra. See if I can even do it. Yeah, you just like fly through these like Superman 64 looking rings. Land on the ship. Some more ghasts chained up. Oh, look at that. Look, it's the old, like, generation of, Legacy. With the big fucking bedrock walls. But it's starting to generate more Never over here. That's so weird. Wow. Oh, and then again, you would have to use the elytra. And then these things, there's always skeletons in them, like archers with like really powerful bows. And then you run over here. Giant white wall, white concrete for some reason. Don't know why. And then that was the exit. Your rewards would be on these like little podiums. And then you come through here. Where it's gonna spit me out, I don't know. Oh, actually, I remember. I had a brain blast. Brain blast. So directly above here is the 4th raid, I believe. Where's the exit? There it is. Yeah, the 4th raid is directly up here. There it is. So we're looking at things in like a very weird order for this, but it is what it is. So for this, you would steal a ship and take it here, and then this will be the 4th raid, I think. And it's like again, it's an evolution of that one archaeology-looking raid in Ømen 1, just amped up about 10 times. And you've got pyramids. And there's a puzzle in each one. They're not very complicated. It doesn't work anymore. But it was like, if you turn the redstone... Oh no, it does work. Kind of. You heard the pistons. Yeah. I don't know. You turn it to a certain point and it opens up. And, yeah. This is like a parkour thing. Someone clicks the buttons. Person jumps in time, so click, click. Chris did that himself solo because of lag one time. I think a core memory. This raid would be flooded with a lot of weak enemies in these like little pathway trench parts. Quite a hack and slash fun raid. You get some beefy guys though, like this Superior Remnant. Those are like the beefiest of beefy. The beefy boys. Yeah, and then I was pretty proud of this. It's looks like it's broken? Was it always like that? I don't remember it being this empty. Maybe not. So, it was like a redstone block, and let me show you. There it is. So you get a redstone block, and it's like a push and pull puzzle. So, I think it's yeah. So, red is push, blue is pull. And you had to kind of like figure it out how to get it from there to there. Meanwhile, after a certain amount of time, every so often you'd be attacked by enemies, so you're kind of encouraged to do it quickly. I thought this was like a pretty cool thing to throw into a raid. It's not really complicated or anything, it's just yeah, it's nice. Oh, I've already put one at the end. Yeah, and then you would pull that there, and then you've opened up the doorway. And then you drop down this hole after placing the eye in there from one of the enemies. That drops the key. And then your rewards are in there at the very bottom. Also, I think we're like miles away from like the castle and stuff, so I'm just gonna do a quick drop to the ground. Right, so I've shown the first set, second set, and the fourth raid, so that's quite random. Let me think where other things might be. The fourth strike, I think, is just over this way. I was thinking about setting up this stream for tomorrow. Oh, well, I guess it's today now. Today, like, well, tonight. For me, it would be. Where I would set up command blocks to teleport everywhere, but I thought this would be a bit more fun to just get, like, the overview flying around. I'm sure it's over here. Yeah, there it is, just poking out over there. This is like one of the most forgettable pieces of content I think I've ever made. It's not very memorable. It's not very good. It's really not. It's meant to be some sort of like bay for ships, but like a fortified one. Like look how like basic it is, just like a long runway. Little ships, like there's not a lot to this. There's not a lot to this at all. You go through here and fight some guys for keys. It's like identical on the other side. You get through this doorway, and there's the ship you take to the... You take that to the raid that I showed, with the pyramids. That over there is the prologue. Where you start the game before you die and get put in your grave. It's not really worth going to see, to be honest. Stop overselling it. It's just so pale in comparison to like anything I've made. Like in Ømen, I don't really remember. I don't remember a lot about Ømen 3. But I feel like I was scraping the barrel, like I couldn't think that day, I don't think. Right, so that's the first, second, and fourth set I've shown. And then... Right. Here's the thing, I don't remember if this is a raid or a strike. I think this is the raid. Over here, so I'm gonna go over here and because I'm pretty sure this is the strike, and this is the third set. Yeah, so you wouldn't start there, you would start slightly further back. Yeah, like just here. I don't know why, but yeah. And this is what I mean by how not getting the aquatic update was quite a shame. Because this is like another strike dedicated to being underwater. But now it's realised because I can swim. Back then you couldn't swim. There was no swim animation. It was like up, down, very slowly in the water. Fighting like guardians. It's very I mean, I was going to say it's quite lackluster, but we didn't have a lot of underwater things at the time, so it's not the worst. And then you swam up, and then you kind of... or the ladder there for some reason. You go along here like this. Jump over these. Up, 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 up. And... oh, I don't remember this. Alright. Ah, the plot thickens. That's fucking scary. Oh, yeah, and then... alright, I remember now. So this room was filled with... well, them. A bunch of guardians, and once you cleared them out, you won. And that was the strike. That was kind of creepy, actually. Yeah, so that castle over there is the raid. I remember. Look at the arena, by the way. So the way it drags down. All the way. I didn't quite master parapets at the time. It was always very flat, as you can see. There's no, like, accents to the top of the towers or anything. There's a little bit going on there, but that's for a reason. I guess I'll show that soon. Right, so the fourth raid... fourth or fifth, I don't quite remember actually. What the fuck is that? Like, the render distance never used to be this good, obviously, so that's a mansion. It's this is a whole woodland mansion burnt down. Oh my god. Right, so you would run here, the entire bridge would be covered in just tons of enemies. Most likely some sort of punch archers, no doubt. Actually, you know what? I think it was covered in spiders. I remember there being spiders. And then you just come up to this castle, which is like... it's just crumbled. It's all like a ruin. It's really cool. And then you just take the plunge, just jump in. And this is where that water effect I mentioned in Ømen 1 would come into play, because you would look up and you would be able to see all the way up. The walls wouldn't be foggy. You would see the top and it'd be pitch black. And it would look really cool. But that's not a thing anymore, so... it's very dark, so... oh. More swimming around. Until you got to this area. I don't know what the implications were for, like, the lore, because this, like, this decoration, the red pathway and the light bricks, it's very similar to the castle. I don't know if I really made that connection, or... I don't know. Might have been just a happy little accident. There's like some parkour. Go up here. Jump to that. Jump across. The classic black concrete to represent a closed-off passage. All the way down. And you would be able to see the whole shape of the room too. It wasn't like just this. So it's very, what you're seeing is like a slice of it, really. And then I think we just kind of swim up, no? Forwards? That's what I mean, you can't see. Can't see anymore. There we go. And then up. Oh, am I stuck on something? Yeah. It's not that good anymore because of how Bedrock seems to handle water fog or whatever, but yeah. Unintentional, but very cool. The sun would align with the center of that, and that was nice. And then your rewards would be here. And that would be the 4th raid. And you get a nice view of this whole thing too. The fuck happened over there? Right. The 5th strike and raid, I think, are over this way in the snow. So maybe my memory isn't that bad after all. Maybe it's Ømen free. I might have some struggle remembering things. I want to fly, but I don't know how. If you're in creative, you just double tap A, like double tap the jump button. Oh, there we go. I see it. You're not. Well, you can't fly then. Right, so here is the strike. It's like a... It starts over here, I think. It's like an abandoned, snowy village. From what I can remember. How do I go on creative? I don't think you can go on creative, because you don't have operator status in the realm, I think. You're just like a member. So you won't be able to. I would have to join. This whole abandoned village thing, I don't think this continued anywhere. I think this concept of like how this looks is like it started here and it ended here, and that was it. And then somehow you get round there. I don't remember. Oh yeah, you go through the house or the houses. Yeah, there you go. Go through a cave. And I think this all leads to a, yeah, like a church. There it is. Yeah, and then you would kill, yeah, three of the coffins are open. These are meant to be coffins. And then there's like 3 guys in here with like Eyes of Ender keys for the raid, which is kind of a cool thing that you would carry a thing from a strike into the raid. It gave it purpose. It felt like it was connected. And the raid is just over here. It's kind of an out of bounds part of it there, but yeah. And you start like here. And the whole objective with this was to put the Eyes of Ender in each mausoleum. So there's one here. It's a pretty clean design still, to be honest. It looks quite nice. I would maybe change the choice of blocks these days, but that still looks pretty nice. And there's one there, and then there's another one here. And when you've done all three, which I guess they all are, those doors will be open, and then there's like a little arena fight in here. Over time, 4 key guys show up, and you place those in over time. And then it's just this room. With one more key guy. When you do that though, I think there's like some very souped up enemies inside here. These open up. And they all jump out and attack you. And it's kind of like an ambush. And then that was the end of that raid. So the only thing left now is the giant one I've kind of already shown in a way. The big like black place. And this is the raid. I'm trying to think where the strike is. Because I really don't remember. I really don't remember the strike for this at all. I'm trying to think. The 6th strike. God, this might be the one I don't remember. Because this is definitely the raid. The strike. God. The strike. Flies around 5 hours with clouds on. Breaking the rules for 5 hours. Let me check the raid and the strike names. That might ring a bell. Is this the raid? Yeah, it's the raid. Strike. The gatekeepers. The gatekeepers. It's not ringing any bells. I'm actually stumped. I'm just kind of hoping that it like pops into view somewhere, but I'm not. The gatekeepers. No, I really don't remember. Oh no. My memory has slipped on this last one. Because I can kind of remember something about it, because I remember there's like a specific enemy I would have for it. There would be like a unique enemy for the strike. But I just don't remember the rest. In the raid, anyway, you would go to these free... Is it free? Free towers for some Eyes of Ender. I was very fond of Eyes of Ender keys in this world. Travel up here. And like it seems short, but this raid was filled with like the beefiest enemies I had at the time, because it's the final raid. And then you go here, and then I was actually the final boss. Like that's why there's an armor set in my little host room, because I have a set of gear to protect me. And it was like a phase 2 and everything. But it was just PvP at the end of the day. I would like vanish, and then I would come up here and click this, and a bunch of like the strongest enemies would like drop from the roof. And you had to deal with them. And then I would come back after they died. Yeah, I'm completely blanking on the whole strike thing though. And I don't have any sort of maps to really help me out. This is the thing with like pre-commands, you have to keep it all noted down. If I find it, I'll let you know. But for now, I have no idea. I've got no memory of the strike, so it can't have been too good. This area is the prestige area, so it's like a little ritual, and it still continues in Omen 5 to this day. When a player prestiges, there's like a ceremony, and how you prestige is you complete all strikes and all raids, and then that's you are eligible to prestige if you want to. It's not enforced, but it's recommended because there's a lot of bonuses to it. Like, these days, it's the only way to get Neverite gear. But back in these times, it wasn't a thing that existed. So I think you were incentivized in other ways. Like, you will always start with, say, like, you know, like classic Call of Duty Prestige. You prestige, you get to pick one thing to keep forever. It was kind of like that. So if I prestige once, I'm like, okay, I'm going to take the sword, and then from prestige 2, I'll start with the sword, and then I'll have another thing on top of that, and like, as you go through the prestige ranks, you'll get more and more of these gear pieces, as well as things you can't get normally through the content, like a shield that doesn't break, so on, and the Lytra, it's not a thing in the normal content, so it's a privilege, and also, in more modern Omen worlds, permanent potion effects. Only like weak versions of it, but it's still a buff at the end of the day. Stuff like that. Yeah, I really wish I knew where the 6th strike was, because I am clueless. And I've got no memories of it coming to mind either, so who knows. So we're gonna leave Omen 2 and move on to Omen 3, but I'm gonna go make a tea, because I need something that's a bit like steamy to clean my throat out, so I'm not a little bit croaky, because I've been talking for like 5 hours straight. Not that I'm not enjoying myself, this is it's like a memory lane for me, so. Also, my phone has died. Oh, that's not good. Okay. I'm going to back out to the menu, and I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I am back. So, on to Ømen 3. This is where things are gonna get a bit... I wouldn't... maybe not hard to track down, but there's a bit of distance between things now. Because I remember Ømen 3 was that when I started to do like a... I started to realise it was a bit weird how raids and strikes were so close to like the castle and stuff, and I realised I should spread it out more. But yeah, here is Ømen 3's castle. And this is where the design of the castle is starting to take shape, where this is how it kind of looks from now on. Ømen 1 and 2, very different, and I guess 3, since it's the first of its kind, they're all distinctly different. But this shape, like the birthday cake, like towers, like on stacks on top of each other kind of thing, like, I don't know. It's foreshadowing how it'll just be forever, really. Yeah, so the castle this time around is a lot more simplistic. It was gonna get an extension for immersion. It never did. I guess it wasn't needed. I mean, it kind of isn't needed. And I used up the space like this. It's very clean. It's very simple. And yeah. 18 strike coins. 24. So that's the strike side, this is the raid side. And this is where the players would meet to get ready for taking on those activities together. And my secret little god room is up here this time. And luckily there's a map board, so I won't be too lost. So just from looking at this, if I pull up my spyglass, we have... back off a little bit. That is the 6th strike, 5th raid, 1st raid, 4th raid, you can't really tell, but that's the thing there. Well, 4th set really kind of connected. That was cut content. Let's have a look. Arena. That's where we are now, castle. To the event, and the meteor event. Remnant beacon event. 5th or 4th, I think it's 5th strike there. So, I'm not going to be too lost. That's the prestige tower, all the way down there. And I don't know if I'm missing anything else. That's the 6th raid. That's the spawn box. 3rd strike? 3rd raid is up there. There's the ships. 2nd strike and raid, because it'll be on the ship, the raid pole. And, yeah, I think I've memorized it quite well. I'm gonna need the map pieces, though. Luckily they're all zoomed out. This is one thing I really don't like about Bedrock, is that maps are zoomed in by default, and it's very, it's no bueno, it's not good. That's something down there, I don't know what that is, but that's a piece of content down there. But before we get into the content, obviously we're gonna go look at some people's houses and whatnot, because... fun. and read some books. I'm gonna put all these up a layer for now. Dungeons. Present. The Sanctuary event over there. Same thing. I think it's actually the same design. I think. Alright. So this is Chris's house. Draken's house. I like this one too. I think he's built pretty decent houses in most of the Ømen worlds. Ømen 4, he wasn't very present for that one. So can't give him too much flack on 4. But yeah, this one's pretty nice. Just like this built-up castle. I don't think it even finished this. Render distance is making that look bad. That's the spawn box. I don't think he finished this. There's a lack of windows. I really don't think he did. Yeah, it doesn't seem... Like, Ømen 3, I can gauge how long an Ømen world lasted by how many prestiges Chris has got. And so far, I'm not seeing any. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Ømen 3... I think Ømen 3 lasted a while. I'm pretty sure it did. Lots of roads as well. I think this is the most connected Ømen world. It's the most connected any Ømen world has felt, I would say. Everyone had pathways leading to their houses, like long-time players. So it's going to be very easy to find people's houses. So Convict had a giant black obsidian tower, and then he was gone for a bit, and it was a bit of an eyesore, so we knocked it down to the level that he had built on. And this is... yeah, quite a staple, this little farm. It's like in all of his houses. Right, so Convict did 3 sets of content and then the 4th strike. And then nothing after that. It's crazy. Like, not Ømen. Convict has been playing since Ømen 1, and he hasn't seen the final raid in 2 of them. In 2 of them. This tea is not helping with my dry throat. Which is... it's dedication in a way, because he's like... didn't finish the content, but he's ready for the next one. Yeah, there's not too much to show there, really. I think this leads to a mob spawner. Or just a mine, I don't know. And then we've got... Well, this is Tubes' house in Ømen 3. I think he tends to always go for like a modern look. There's like a very unique way of setting out his accomplishments, his banners and whatnot. He got to Mastery tier 9, didn't do 10. Unless it just didn't load in properly, I don't know, but that's what we've got. He did all the raids, so he did pretty much everything. Prestige 1. 1. Only 1 prestige. Can't get out of that door for some reason. There's a dungeon there. 2 gravestones with no signs on them. This was Band-Aid Boy's house, I think. Neville Co. Oh no, I got taken over. I remember. Yeah, Band-Aid Boy used to live here, I remember that. And then this got taken over by some people we used to know. One of them was called Neville. Neville Co. Cult Sacrifices. I think he built into the ravine behind here. Or there was a ravine, or... That's weird, never mind. That might be Omen 4. This is Liv's house. I think I did like a little spider infestation thing and he just never cleared out all the cobwebs. It was like he hasn't been on in so long, there's cobwebs. Yep, and Liv did all of the main content. I don't know if he prestige, doesn't look like he did. Unless... Oh. Arena tier 8. A storage room. Just... like, he used to just expand his house needlessly. Like, why do you need all these rooms? Yeah, no prestiges. And then over here we have, his real name is Angel, but he went by Guest, like Guessed, like I guessed. And this was a very humble abode. Guest is another pretty hardcore Omen player back in the day. Prestige 1. However, like, it seems like Omen 3 didn't last very long. It's just coming across that way. The arena this time round is quite a far way from the castle, but it's not really a bad thing. Makes you explore more, I guess. And there's like hitching posts. So if you have a horse, keep it there. The arena game modes are all about the same, pretty set in stone at this point. No changes, I don't think. At this point, I think we got rid of the whole material grinding thing because Curse of Vanishing exists at this point, and enemies aren't going to be dropping their armor anymore because I made it so they vanish when they die, which is nice. So as for returning arenas, we've got that one again. The Jungle Temple, of course. The prison came back too. This one's new. Very, I don't even know how to explain it. Very claustrophobic, I guess. Other than the central part, it's very, very crammed. Identical all the way around. Yep, prison, yep. This one's, a favourite too. I think this came back in Omen 5, it's still around. And sometimes when I say the arena came back, I mean the layout. Yeah, the layout. The visual design of it might be different, but the pathway you will walk and the, you know, avenues and routes and stuff, it's all going to be the same layout. Just might be reskinned for another world. This one's came back from Ømen 2 as well. Might not be too recognisable. I think some changes were made. There's no like bridge, there's no like second floor to it, but it doesn't look like it would be a super good arena, but I remember this one being pretty decent. It's not that bad. This is a remake of the first arena in Ømen 1 before the mega arena was built. So with the memorial in the middle and whatnot, this is what it looked like. Vaguely. Before it got taken down. So that's kind of like a throwback arena. This one is also returning again. And then... is that it? Yeah, okay. So, and then this one was made by Draken. And this one played pretty decently as well. We had to kind of iron out some issues with pathfinding for the AI. It would kind of get stuck on slabs a lot, so I had to iron that out, but otherwise it was a pretty decent arena. And yeah, that's how the arena looked. Slightly more detail, but like staircases seem to be like my flex. I was like, yeah, put staircases on it. It'll look nice. I think I made some plots for future places where people could build. There's a bit of a story behind this world too, as well. Had a run-in with... Some people might know them. Well, I say them. Some people might know him, some people might not. But at this point in time, I had gotten in touch with Lion Maker. If you don't know who that is, YouTube him and you'll find out pretty quick who he is. Long story short, he's a... I don't even know what the word would be. Well, he's like a very manipulative person, basically, and he did some... He had some stuff involved with like a miner and posted pictures online of that particular girl. And had a mental breakdown online, and it's a whole fucking thing. But I knew him for a few years before that all happened, and then, well, not a few years, maybe like a couple of years, maybe a year or so. And then that all happened, but I was kind of like so manipulated by him without really realizing it at the time, that I thought, like, there's no way you would do that, it's all just fake and stuff. So, one day I logged in on Xbox, and he's on my fucking home screen, his Mixer profile, back when Mixer was a thing. And... got back in touch, and he was meant to stream on Ømen 3. It never ended up happening. Pardon me. It didn't end up happening, and, I think that plot of land over there behind the event place was meant for him. But something happened and he just never ended up joining in the end, which probably a good thing when you think about it. But yeah. Mushrooms. It's weird, every time I come on a new Ømen world, I'm thinking there's going to be a lot more people to check out, like house-wise, and there just isn't. I always remember Ømen being a bigger thing. So, right, so there is gravestones this time, but there's no signs on them. Christ. This stream is going to be filled with voice cracks because I'm talking so much. I'm like wearing my voice out. Oh, I'm drinking tea. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's time I look at the content because I'm not seeing any more houses. I mean, but before we do, I can zoom in from here. That's the meteor event again. Came back. And over there we have the beacon event, which it's a bit more fleshed out. A bit more characteristic to it, like the big claw things. Beacons are made of obsidian now instead of bedrock. And then the other event is the sanctuary thing. And you know how that one goes already. So this is what I mean, like the worlds are going to take less explaining as we go, because again, it's like things just evolve. It's very rare that things get added at this point, because it's became such a refined formula that it's like all we need to do is improve on it and evolve it instead of adding new things. Not to say new things didn't get added over time, but it's not very common for that to happen now. So let's oh, this is a pain. Let's start looking at these big content things. So in the top right there, that is the first raid. Pardon me. And there's a big difference between this first raid and literally all other first raids in any Ømen world. And that's that this time around it's not a floating island. Oh wait, sorry, no, the first strike is right next to it too. I remember. So what we're flying past here as well is the fourth raid in strike. Keep in mind again, pre-commands, pre-all that. Block by block. I don't, to be honest, I don't even know how I did it myself. I don't think I have... It's not patience that I'm thinking of, but I just don't have that, like, discipline to power through that much work anymore. Like, once you have commands, you don't want to go back. It's so... It's game-changing. Okay, so we're here now in the first raid? First strike, sorry. So we start here. And you're just kind of doing like a bit of a jungle run. There'll be archers in here, they can't leave because walls are a little bit taller than they seem. Around this path. Enemies can spawn in there, run up. Little ambush point here. Like, these archer towers are fucking everywhere. And the thing is, they've added that new mob, which would suit this place perfectly. And the bogged. Like, look at that, he fits right in. And then that would be the end. So this is meant to be like a teleporter that would lead you to the raid, story-wise. I mean, look at this. Like, what the fuck? It's a really nice view as well. I'm still quite happy with this to this day. It's a bit plain. It's quite wide, but you'll see. So this is where the portal is meant to lead. And there's this whole place. And you kind of do like a snaky, kind of like snaking in and out, because the middle way is kind of like blocked up eventually, so you like kind of go through like an S shape. And you run up here. At this point, I think there's like a switch on each side on this level to open up these walls, which they already have. And then another one here, so switch in that tower and then that tower. And then the boss room. And then that would be that. Okay, so what's close by? The 5th raid is very close by, and so is the 4th set, I think. Let's go look at the 4th, because it's like right next door, which is really funny to me. So yeah, these things are connected. Can I put this in my offhand? Okay, that's way nicer. Yep, so with this one you start further back here. And it's quite good. Before Ømen at all, I had built this entire Halo mashup pack adventure map, which was intended to be played by Lion Maker again. He never did play through it. I spent a year making it. Not in total time, but like, I built it over the course of 1 year. And yeah. Like, I got my terraforming from making that adventure map, because it was a very big learning experience for me in terms of building. By the time I finished the map, I had to go back to the start to remake certain parts of it, because I had surpassed my standards for building and I couldn't stand it, so I went back to the beginning of it to redo probably like maybe a quarter of the entire adventure map, because I was just disgusted by it. Oh yeah, oops. So this cave here is the end. These 3 dots, your rewards, you would get these. And then this would be blocked up, but when you start the raid, it's open and you walk through into this like canyon valley type place. You have to make your way all the way around and go through this like manor type place. Not a lot going on. I think this part here was the most like funny part of the raid. I would let people walk up all the way with no enemies in the way. And then when you get here, there's like there's a shit ton of enemies with like swiftness 2. And they'll just bum rush you like, and sometimes people might fall all the way down there and die, or they'll just get smacked down a flight of stairs. It was always quite funny. Because then like people knew what to expect the second time round, but it still happened anyway. Here, so this bridge has a blocked off like wall section. You get the key, place it in there where it already is. And then the wall comes down. And you go in here. And then it's like boss fight. The boss fights are normally always a wither boss, because there's not many variations of anything tough you can really fight, unfortunately. But that's how I would do things. That's the prologue down there. Very little thing. And over here we have the 5th raid. Render distance. Like, you would never be able to see that back in the day. Or that. So, you kind of fight a lot of illagers in this. Because they're meant to be some sort of, like, foreign military. Moving into the area and setting up places and stuff. And I feel like there's nothing more alien than, like, pillagers, really. Because they kind of have their own structures and whatnot. So it's some sort of like... I don't know if it's the right word, but like maybe like an imperial type military. Something like that. Like, that doesn't look too bad, honestly. I mean, for my current building skill at this point in time, I get that. I like the like semicircle type thing going on there. That's really nice. And the town is very, I don't know, it works. It's enough. But yeah, the houses with beacons on it, they have a guy with a key, shocker. And it's a case of fighting through this town, getting the keys, and then opening up this big place here. Which, if I show the top of this... I think one side's missing the... Yeah, like, I didn't even bother doing the top for some reason. I don't know why. I guess because no one's going to see it. It's the main reason. Is there not meant to be one here as well? Like... That's weird. So there was, but it was gone. That's strange. Oh, wrong way. I'm fighting through all this. That's like a blaze pit. I remember I spawned like a bunch of blazes in there. I don't know why there's a wall there. I think I put this in when the boss fight started. So people couldn't like just run down the hall. They had to fight the wither in here. And then you kill it, and your rewards will get put down here somewhere. And then that's the 5th raid. Right, so I've shown the 1st set, 4th set, 5th raid, now showing the 6th strike. So it's all out of order, but it's more about just showing the builds, really. The 6th strike's quite unique at this point in time, because I think I did a similar thing later on. But this is just a whole thing of going on horseback and killing, I think, like, generals or some sort of powerful enemies, I think, or something like that. you'd get a horse out of these stables and go around on horseback. And there's a guy over there. Yeah, just a bunch of like little forts all over. Like, looking back on this now, it's very simple. But, again, block by block, this is all black concrete powder. And, like, lava. Lakes. Flat lava, by the way. There's probably, like, maybe one or two, like... what's the word? Like, flowing lava blocks in this entire thing. I had a lot of help with this. I think I had, like, 3 other people putting down the powder and whatnot for me. Took some time. Which, again, now that we have commands, that would take, like, a couple hours or so. Like, no time at all. Okay, so in relation to this map, the second strike and raid are over this way. Must be quite far out. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway. So yeah, second strike. You start on this ship. And then you go from ship to ship. Enemies drop ender pearls. Bloop. And you just go bloop, bloop, bloop. All the way to this big one at the end. And that's literally all there is to the strike. The enemies kind of make it the painful part. The enemies are the painful part, I should say, sorry. But then that'll take you to the second raid. And this is... I remember this one. Alright. Every time I've done a raid with this, like, faction, I always want it to be like, you're going to the capital, you're going to this big-ass, like, Hell City, or, like, Hell military type place, and it never ends up being like that. I think in Ømen 5, the second raid, it is finished, but when I've been reflecting on it while I can't work on it, sometimes I go and fly around and I look at it and I'm like, this is a bit too dragged out, this is a bit too, like, unnecessary, and blah, blah, blah. So, like, the issue with Ømen 4 and 5 is that some things are just too long, or outstay their welcome, I think. And every while before that, it's, like, low value, like, production, like, just, like, the builds and stuff. This is meant to have, like, a a minecart ride or something that shoots out fire from these lava walls. But I think it's... yeah, it was disconnected. So... it's like a two-way thing. But what would normally happen is there's a minecart on both sides shooting fireballs, fire charges, through the lava into the bridge. And hopefully you don't get hit by it. But again, God apples exist, so... this was a pretty nice room. You need to survive in here for a certain amount of time, and then eventually the door over here would open, but looks a bit broken. Well, after all this time's went by, I guess redstone's changed a bit. Big long bridge. Minecarts are behind these lava walls too. And then you had to hold out on this bridge for a while with ghasts appearing and stuff. It was really cool. Big boss fight in here. I think 2 withers. I don't know. And then, boop. Pretty sure this one has like a suicide hole too. Yep. My spawn point is at Chris's house, apparently. Okay. Right, so I've shown the 6th strike, 4th set, 2nd set, 1st set. I'm trying to think what else. First set, 2nd set, 3rd set. The 3rd set is this one over here. And then it's, you can't really tell, but on the top right in the snow, there's like an icy rectangle in like a more elevated area of the snow, like a donut, kind of a ring-ish. So we're coming up on the 3rd strike. This one was pretty cool, quite a unique objective so far in terms of like Ømen worlds. Current, like, you know, at this point beyond it, or not beyond, before it. The objective was to go to these big... wait, is it a mausoleum every time? It's not always a big one, but it's like a mausoleum in general. So you've got like these ones up here. There's a bunch of these guys. And then there's like this big one, I remember this big one up here. Yeah. And there's like 3 ingredients you need to get to make a potion, which you then go down here to cure a zombie villager, and then for some reason that leads to the raid. I don't understand how. Like, maybe he's like, oh yeah, thanks for saving me, by the way, there's all this shit going on over here, like, go check it out. And maybe that's how it works out, I don't know. And then that would lead us to the raid, and this will be quite good in terms of the stream, because we've just had like a fresh look at the other worlds, which is important for this because this raid is like member berries, and in terms of like lore, it's meant to be like a some sort of illusion of like past memories. And if you're like a long time Ømen player at this point, you'd be like, oh, I remember all this. So you start in here. I don't know why you're starting a mine, but you do. Fight across these like icy field. Frost Venturer guy here. And you go inside this place, and the outside isn't familiar, really. Like, not much at all. And then, as you walk in, I feel like your brain would start to be like, wait a second. So this is meant to be the Ømen 1 castle interior. Except it makes sense here because there's a door. In the original, it's like just a diagonal wall. And I guess you can go over here if you want to. I don't think there's any reason to. No. Yeah, but then you go behind the toilets, which don't look the same. They actually look like chairs in this. But, you know, continuity issues. And you go through the crack in the wall, which would normally lead outside of the castle, and then you're in Ømen 2's castle. You got the villager market down here. It's most likely not a very it's not a very accurate recreation, but it's similar enough to the point where your brain might forget about how Ømen 2 looked exactly. And you're like, oh shit. And then you would go around here. And then you would have the boss fight in here, and then you would be done. So where am I? I don't think there's anything else nearby to show. Just gonna drop. Ømen. Why am I saying Ømen? The 5th. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. I was in survival. Yeah, so the next one. That's. Where is that? Because I think that is a piece of content, but I don't know. The thing at the bottom there, that's the prestige tower. That's not exactly important right now. So I've shown the first set, second set, third set, fourth set. I've shown the 5th raid, so that on the map there, that's the 5th strike. And I've shown the 6th strike, but I need to show the 6th raid. Okay. Right, let's go to the 5th. The 5th strike. And again, this is like the same premise of stealing a boat to go to the raid area, which was that big city, like town, walled place. And there it is on the right. I remember being pretty happy with this. The lighthouse over there is a bit... Looks like a fucking... a bullet blender, whatever those things are called. But yeah, I remember being pretty happy with this. Like, you would start, I think, like, down here. Or whatever, and you just enter through here. And it's kind of like this... It's the same theme as the raid, obviously, because it's the same faction, but, it's more of like a compound... Like little, like, set-up fortress type place. And then you get out here. It's just like establishing that they're like a faction, like they've got their own things, like they've got blacksmiths, they've got nooses, they've got the gallows, wells and stuff, they've got stables, market stands. It's like you're being shown that they are also like this civilization. And then out here I'd spawn a ton of ghasts, so it was really cool. And it was a big long fight to the ship, which the ship looks nothing like the ship you arrive on, I don't think. Maybe it does, I was being dumb. But yeah, that's the 5th strike. So now, I think all I have left to show is the 6th raid. Unless I'm completely forgetting something. I'm also very tired, I've been awake so long. And it's already 12 PM. Like, time... When I stream, time flies by. At almost a scary, like, rate. Okay, so we're closing in on the... Oh wait, no, we're not. We're kind of a bit away from it still. Pardon me. The 6th raid. And there's the spawn box that you would only ever really see once while you wait for your grave to be created and get the prologue ready for you. And the signs are gone for some reason. Yep, so this giant spiky black mess is the final raid of Ømen 3. And it starts over here. Fun fact as well, the Halo adventure map I mentioned, most of this is literally, not block for block, but basically the same goal, like shape-wise and structure-wise, it's like a copy of a section of that map. I mean, it's my work, so I'm not really stealing it, but it's like, it's kind of a cop-out thing for me to do. I think at this point I'd ran out of ideas. And I thought, oh, I'll rehash something that I was fond of, and I'll just make it here. It's not entirely all the same, though. It's a little bit different. Yep, and then, travel all the way across this. Up here. And again, like, think back to how big the raids were in Ømen 1, and you might be starting to understand why it's so silly to think back on that first Sky Island and think like, oh yeah, a raid, right. Like, I could build that in probably like a few hours. Yep, and then this is the final boss room. I think you fight like 4 withers in this room at the end of this road. At once. Overall though, it's very very plain. It's like, with commands it's so easy because it's like I could punch out holes in this all the way along randomly and then do a big fill command to replace the air with a different block and then boom, it's textured. If I want to, I'll do it twice and it'll be really textured. And it's done in no time. Meanwhile, on the Legacy Edition, which this was built in again, that would take like up to an hour. Something like that. Maybe not an hour, but like something close to that. And it feels like I'm not showing something. It's funny how the map updates. As updates come around in Minecraft, like the maps change colour, but not until you rescan them sometimes. It's really odd. Like there is the Prestige Tower, but it's not anything super worth seeing. Really, it's just a really tall tower with I don't know. It's cool to look at, but it's not much of anything worth showing, really. And I'm going to admit, I'm getting very tired. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to continue with the stream, because I've been awake for almost 24 hours. It might have been. I might need to do a take 2 of the stream. And it might be better for everyone else who's going to miss out on this, because I'm decided to stream at a very weird time, even for me. But I can't. I don't think I can stay awake any longer. I'm very tired. So what'll happen is, next time I stream, it's rather going to be a take 2 on the stream with preparation and teleporters. Or it's going to be another... it's going to be just a restart of this one from the beginning. And I'll try and do it a little bit more quicker. Or just with better explanations. Because, yeah, I feel like I've been trailing off. I'm very tired. So I might have made a mistake. Trying to pull this one off. For some reason they thought, like, oh yeah, I'll be fine. It'll be like a few hours. No. No, no, no. Okay. Oh, this is where Kyle lived for a brief amount of time. He didn't come on Ømen free too much. Right, but I need to call it quits for now, because I am going to die if I don't sleep. So, right, I'll see you next time, and it might be a restart on the stream. We'll see. Right, till next time.